Welcome, 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 my lovelies. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns. I am your host, Elise, and welcome on this beautiful Friday. How is everybody? I will say this wonderful Friday for my UK friends who have been asking. The Revolut is up and running for donations from anyone around the world for Revolut. So it's not just UK. If you are in another country, including the US, you can send and receive money through Revolut, which is amazing. And that is up and running. It is the same tag as Cash App or PayPal. Revolut has like a cash tag, if you will. It's added to the ticker at the bottom of the screen here. And I'm going to add it to the big one here. There's a link that we're going to put in the chat for anybody who needs it for Revolut. I also have Chime. I thought about that the other day. And once again, that tag, my Chime tag, is the same as the Venmo and the Cash App. So you can also use Chime. I will say that donations are extremely slow during the trial. They're longer days, so it's been a struggle for the channel. So if you can, please help donate to the channel. Help us be able to keep bringing this content to you guys for the entirety of the trial. 6 to 9 weeks, it could be. We got at least another, I'd say, 5 to 7. We're in week 2. It was 9 last time, so I think, anywhere between another 5 to 7 weeks of this 8-hour plus streaming per day stuff. So if you can, it's very helpful to help with the like button, a share, letting people know we exist. That's there's a lot of people who have recently found us. I'm glad they have. They've recently found us. I've gotten a lot of really cool emails from people who just show their appreciation for just finding us. So it's a Friday. Let's get this party started, shall we? Oh, it doesn't shock me, Jimbo, especially at nighttime watching court TV. Court TV does not have the best takes if you're not watching Julie Grant. There's just a lot of just grifting, and especially when it comes to people like Vinnie Politan. People used to like him before this, and it's just sad he jumped on the conspiracy wagon. Good morning, Leah, Jesse, JMS, Emma, Jane, everyone. Good morning, Whitney. Good morning. Happy Friday. We're missing a lot of people. What's happening here? I didn't get a chance to post on the Facebook group, and I don't know if anybody in my Discord had a chance to. So that's probably, the reason why. Hold on one second, guys. Well, give me 1 second. I'm dealing with like a bill issue that I'm trying, like that they want with the name on the front of it, and it's right there. Like, what are they, blind? Like, it's right there. Like, my daughter's blind and she can see that. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Why I gotta do all the heavy lifting? I gotta blow it up and be like right here. Like, I need to like. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Revolut is in my ticker. Yes. It's the same thing as like a cash tag or a Venmo tag. And it's the exact same as my Cash App. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, sorry. I have to blow it up. It's kind of obnoxious, to be honest. It's spelled incorrectly. Wait, did I spell it wrong? It should be SKYE3188. Did I spell it wrong? Is that a thing? I might have. I was typing it quick. It should be in the ticker. I did spell it wrong. I was typing quickly. That's my bad. Hold on a second, guys. I got an incoming important call. Hold on. Guys, tell me I'm not crazy here, okay? Tell me I'm not crazy. We moved, right, in January. All right. So our first like electric gas bills were February, March. Okay. So tell me why my husband's license obviously has the old address and not the new address, right? So he's getting a rental. Oh, yes, I got you. He's getting a rental. The rental people are saying, oh, well, we need to prove your address. So we need your utility bill. So I send him our gas and our electric, right? The ones we paid from last month and the ones we have currently. Tell me why the guy is like, but it can't have a past due balance. There isn't a past due balance. The bill is not due until the 18th. It shows that it was just paid last month and this is the new balance for this month. That's not a past due balance. That's a current balance that is not due until the 18th, right? Like, tell me I'm not crazy that the guy at the rental company just has no effing clue what the hell he's talking about. Because what? Can't have like what? What do you mean, guy? That's not a past due. It says right on it, due by the 18th. The 18th hasn't come yet. Like, that makes no sense. My husband's like, can you send me another one? Can you send me another one? I'm sending him all the bills. Like, what the guy's asking for doesn't exist. It doesn't make sense.
Hey, what's up? So what'd you think of Jackson? Like, it can't end like this. It just sounds like the typical like villain. Like when he's about to be defeated, he's like, it can't end like this. I can't go with the whole day where people just criticize me. Even my best friend Elizabeth, like with that
that was so funny.
The baker, what is that lawyer? She's a big lawyer, EDP or what, EDE or whatever.
Little.
Yeah, you know that attorney.
Yeah.
Baker something.
I do. Emily D. Baker.
Emily D. Baker. She was like, I would if the prosecution did that, what Jackson's doing, it would be a fucking, and it, like they basically asked for like another trial. Like you can't ask someone to read someone else's notes.
Too? Well, do you guys realize too that the like I went and watched those. I saw them last night. Okay. About those two lawyers, and Andrea Burkhardt, I think, is an idiot. Just FYI, I think she's an absolute idiot because she is. But
tell us what you really think.
Watching those, and I'm like, that's literally what I've already said on my channel on numerous times, which is Jackson is not doing it right. Not only that, but he's not allowed to read the thing to like. This is all shit I've said on my own channel.
Yeah, because
right, like we don't know.
Let me explain. Let me explain. It's basically hearsay. Like you can't ask someone what someone else said. Also, you can't ask someone what someone else wrote in their notes. So let's say you go to a police officer and you tell them something. You can't just be like handing the report. Though you could just say, did you put this down? Is this a true and accurate of what you stated to the police officer? But you can't use that as like an impeachment to them because they didn't write it down. Unless they agree that this is a true and accurate, everything's true and accurate. Because the thing is like police officers miss notes all the time. They miss putting things down all the time in reports and stuff like that. So that's why you usually want to follow with a question like, is this a true and accurate of everything you told so-and-so? Did they miss anything? That type of deal. So.
Right. I think Jackson is going to be the same. Like he knows that he can't move Jennifer right now. So this is the bottom line. Is he knows that like he's not getting anywhere and he's not getting anywhere fast. So, I mean, let's get real here. Like this isn't his like attitude. The jury's going to be like, what is your problem? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is your problem? All the jury knows is that he's badgering this woman, Jen McCabe, and they're not really understanding why, because he's badgered every witness thus far. So they're kind of like, what in the actual hell is really going on here? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think like the only thing I was a little confused about was the FBI thing. Did the FBI? I didn't catch it. Did they identify themselves when they approached Jennifer McCabe?
No, not until they called her. They did not.
Okay, because that's the thing. Also, I was sitting there. I was like, why did they not identify themselves?
To be asking her who she called. She doesn't have to answer them. That's the part that people don't understand. She doesn't have to answer them. She's under no obligation to fucking say. She could have told them to get the fuck off her property. Like,
yeah, like that's the thing I was just wondering about. Did they identify themselves as the part of the FBI, or did they just two random guys just walk up to her and says, "Can I have your information, please?" It's like a little bit
yeah,
different, or like, are you who you this? You know what I mean? Like if two random people just walked up to me, I'd be like a little sketched out a little bit. Another thing is like
yeah,
grand jury minutes. I think someone put it greatly on Court TV. I forgot that lady, but she had an attorney on there, and they explained the whole grand
Julie
jury
Grant.
situation. Yeah, and they explained the whole grand
Yeah,
jury stuff, and they said like it's a very low bar. You don't want to show your entire hand when you're doing a grand
absolutely
jury.
not.
It's
Nope.
not like a trial, so there's certain things that are
Nope.
going to be left out of the grand. Not everything that is evidence is going to be put into the grand jury because that's not what the grand jury is about. The grand jury is just to basically put what you just need to get that, you know, to start the process going to, indict her.
That's right. Like, well, that's the other thing. Him bringing up the FBI and calling them agents. Like, I think that was his way of trying to fucking sneak in that, like, oh, hey, um, the FBI was involved in this. Like, there was
The
no need.
glare, yeah, the glare is an idiot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, like Karen Reed when glares. The problem is Glare has a lot of history, a lot of history. I mean, one thing is like his peen was shown on multiple live streams because basically, if you don't know the story, there was this guy named Morbid. He was dating this woman, and the woman texted him like she was like, breaking up with Morbid. And the first text that he showed her was his penis. So Morbid, as a get back to him, put his thing on a community board. I don't know why he showed that woman his penis, but that's what he did. He also has a situation where Truthy Magoo stuff was pretty bad. At one point, there was a guy named Truthy Magoo, which was he was very friendly with, and then they found out that he did something to a child. It starts with an S, and it's not good. And basically, it was found out, and the Glare was defending at first. He said, "Oh, he just failed her up or something like that," and he didn't know nothing about. Like he really didn't look into it, even though people were telling him about it, and he defended it. And then Truthy Magoo faked an
Right.
unaliving. He pretended that he unalived himself, and then he went after people saying, "Oh, you caused him to unalive himself," and stuff like that. And then it turned out that someone found out that he faked it, and they had to. And then 10 to Life, the Glare, all confronted him when he came back to YouTube, Truthy Magoo, about that. But yeah, he's got like a history. He's like a very, very weird history, that guy. There's a bunch of other things that guy has done, but he's a very
Yeah.
weird guy, and he's very stupid, and he will do anything for views, and he will back anyone. I mean, the Michael Long, was it the situation? I'm trying to remember the case where like the guy kidnapped his daughter, and like they
Mm-hmm.
all did the harassment. Was it the Long case?
Possibly.
Yeah, I think it was a Long
Possibly.
case. He was totally backing the father on that one, and the harassment of the mother, like completely, even though that guy was a piece of shit. And he actually said once that guy gets out of jail, he'll interview him again and he'll look into it. So he's like a piece of shit. I used to like the guy because I didn't know too much about his past, and I found out and he's a real piece of shit. So it's just how it is. But it's pretty dumb of Karen Reed to jump on a live stream when you're in the middle of trial. It's
Shit.
really, really bad.
It's fucking stupid, is what it is. Like,
I would
it's not
never
smart at all.
like if I was in a court proceeding, I would never jump on a live panel or anything. I'd be very secretive about it, and I would never go on to any sort of platform because the more you talk is the more information they can use against you, as you're seeing with the clips. Honestly, Jackson is an embarrassment. Yannetti's an embarrassment, not because they're allowing their client to jump on these documentaries. Every attorney's basically laughing at them because no attorney would allow their client in the middle of a murder trial to basically start talking like this. It's maybe like a small controlled interviews, maybe, but like a 400-hour documentary that they had on her and then the previous ones, that's just crazy to me. And I think it's like it's really bad.
It is really bad.
Yeah, it's fucking really, really bad. So I heard that there was someone on like a Twitter, someone was like basically saying like trying to make
Nope,
fun of
we
you or
got
something. What?
me. Shocker.
Yeah, some
You said
idiot was trying
me.
to do that. Yeah, you. Someone was trying to make fun of you on Twitter.
Shocker. Shocker.
I
I
was,
mean, that doesn't fucking shock me.
I was like looking at that person like, you might want to look in the mirror, lady, because the people you hang around are pretty stupid. Like the glare is a pretty dumb individual. I honestly think you fail a third grade test if you were
I
still with
find
him.
it when people like Nan, the dum dum, try to like, dude, lady, you're an attorney and you tried to tell the world that like the Supreme Court took Karen's case when they most certainly did not. So if it was her, she has no room to fucking talk about anybody because she has no idea what she's talking about. Like, I literally just ignore them, and most of the time I don't even see it.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to continue to badger this witness? Because, like, I feel like, you want to make your points as a defense attorney and just move on. Like, focus on the FBI stuff. Focus on the little discrepancies in the statements. Make the jury kind of not trust her too much, and then move the fuck on and move on to the next one. I feel like doing like almost 12-hour long just debate like belittles every single point you make and makes you look kind of like fucking unhinged.
Well, yeah, of course. It does. Absolutely does. It also makes him look like he can't make just the point and move.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes
that's the problem. Is if you're not making the point and moving on, you're losing. Like bottom line.
I remember when I was on a mock trial once when I was like in college. We did like a mock trial. We were in the courthouse and I was playing the prosecution, and I got the guy on on what I wanted, and then the teacher was like, "Listen, you could stop now because you won it. So you don't need to continue. You're destroying your by continuing. You're kind of destroying what you gained." Because you're wasting time and you're losing yourself in the woods. You're not really. You should just get your points, move on. That's all. And I think Jackson is too much.
I had to do it too. I had to do a mock one too for actually medical coding. I had to actually do one for like medical. Like they wanted to do us a mock medical, and we won that one too. But like it was actually kind of fun, not gonna lie. But we did a mock trial as well. What is the holdup though? Like really, what are they doing right now? Like
probably. I mean, I don't see any of the
again.
Yeah, and I don't see any of the defense attorney. Did they go up to the judge and talk?
They must have because they're having a sidebar, I'm guessing.
But even the tech guy is up there too. Where's the tech guy? Yeah, but their tech guy's not even there.
I guess up there.
Why would the tech guy go to the sidebar? like the tech guy's on the sidebar?
I don't know, but if you look at the Reed family, like they're all staring at where sidebar would be. So I'm assuming that's what's happening.
She's better than me.
Judge said, Mr. Unetti, you asked to speak to me, and then they went to sidebar. Why do they keep doing that? That's really annoying. We have the right to hear what's going on. Like, why? Why?
Yeah, well, they don't want the jury to hear it. You know what I mean? Or they don't want stuff like on TV and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, I get it why they do sidebar. I think they're going to try to pull some shenanigans, pull some photos from the internet or some shit.
But you don't bring the jury in until after, like, if there's an issue.
By the way, am I the one breaking? Am I hearing you? Is just asking, Sharon, are you breaking up Twisted?
Bar. Shocker.
Yeah. Is it me that's breaking up or is it you that's breaking up? Let me just check.
It is. Yeah, it's me because this thing popped up onto my screen and I have no idea where it came from and it just like sits there and won't go away. Finally, it went away.
Oh, okay.
It was me.
Okay, cool.
It was me.
All right. I mean, I just think, like, honestly, I think Jackson's just digging himself deeper and deeper into the woods, and I think he should have just focused on the main points, did his damage, as he likes to put it, and move on. Because the whole thing about, like, how many times did you hear her say, I hit him? To me, is like, bro, your client literally stated it on a documentary that's being played as clips. Like, there's certain points that you should make. You know what I mean? Like, that's not one of them.
Like, he overdid that.
Overdid it. like, you're supposed to be a fantastic attorney, which he is. He's, a lot of people will not debate that, but I just feel like he's losing the point. The point is to cause reasonable doubt and to basically make the jury not believe the witness's testimony completely. You know what I mean? And try to, lessen their impact on testimony. And he did well in the first trial. A little, well, I mean, he was very fucking terrible to these people, but he did well enough to undermine to one jury, but it's just kind of crazy.
Here they come.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
See, the jury wasn't even in there. We could have heard all that.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
We could have just heard all that. Like, the jury's not there. So I don't understand why they keep doing all of these things at Sidebar that we kind of have the right to hear. It's really obnoxious.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't mind. It's not something I really too much mind, the Sidebar thing. I just think it's done a lot too much for this, because I've watched a lot of other trials and you never see this many sidebars, to be honest with you. It's like kind of crazy, actually. I mean, I've seen dozens and dozens of trials on TV, and I don't see this many sidebars. I've never seen anything really like this trial, because there's been a lot of fucking shenanigans that have occurred.
Non-fucking nonsense. I've never seen so many sidebars in my life.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Yeah.
Good. Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
Exactly, Eva. Lots of them will be like, no, we're not doing it Sidebar. We're doing it right here.
Yeah. I just think the defense cares more about what the media thinks about them than the actual murder trial. And I think that's kind of a bad thing. You know what I mean? I think you should focus on getting your client off more so than what the media thinks of you.
And they're too focused on that because they're a bunch of egotistical weirdos.
It's also Karen. Like, she didn't want to dress up. She wanted to dress up for the Karen when she was being arrested. And I think
that was so insane to me.
Yeah. And I think they could have, if they didn't focus so much on the media, I think they could have gotten acquitted on the first trial if they focused not on the third-party culprit, on reasonable doubt, focused on not hammering in like the discrepancies of the statements here and there, a little bit of reasonable doubt, and they could have done it. But they've been so focused on third-party culprit and what people think of them and stuff like that. It's stupid.
Don't worry.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. They're bringing the jury in now. That's why they always put the camera up when they're bringing the jury in for whatever reason.
Yeah, well, the YSL judge, that was a shenanigan. That was the worst case I ever seen in my entire life, actually. That's worse, way worse than this one. YSL one? Oh my god, that one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
that was a clown show. Like, that was, prosecution should have been.
That was a clown show.
Yeah, that was a the prosecution did such a terrible job on that one.
That one was pretty bad.
YSL. Yeah,
it was definitely pretty bad, that one. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Yeah.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions?
Do you think Turtle Boy's bail's going to get revoked?
I do think it's going to get revoked.
Bro, that judge looks so pissed off. I was like, oh my gosh.
Her face is already red. That's probably not a good sign.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see
Hey,
or
Trisha.
read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no, it should be. So today,
Wait, I'm going to jump down.
Recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms.
That means they have something to
McCabe
deal
comes
with
in.
at the
We
end of
have
the
Ms.
day.
McCabe.
Yeah, I'm going to jump down. I got work. I got to get ready. If I get a break, I'll jump up. You have a good one, man. Bye.
Perfect. Thank you, B. Tim. For my UK friends, we now have a Revolut active for you guys to be able to donate for something besides PayPal. It's been very slow during trial, so if you can donate to the channel, it's very, very helpful.
Whatever you want.
And the Revolut information is in the picker and in the big one on the screen. You can use it from anywhere in the world.
The testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Pressure, let's take a look at the transcript.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Pressure recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same here.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period. Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
The judge should have stopped him from his comments.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
I don't know what this is about. Good morning, Francesca. Good morning, Agent 99. Well, the judge should have stopped him with that ridiculous comment he made. Once again, narrative comments, those are improper. Okay. Different wording does not mean someone lied or said it. You know what I'm saying? Like he's playing semantics with words, and like that might work with the cult, but that doesn't work with normal everyday people. Normal everyday people are like, what's the big deal whether she used a different adjective or not? Like, also, I am so shocked that he immediately went back to the same line of questioning that made him look so freaking stupid on Wednesday. Like, it just looked so dumb. And here we are again with him looking like an idiot. Yeah, exactly. Newsflash. Jen is not the defendant. Say it again, Anna, for the people in the back. I would ask you guys, I don't know where everybody is today, to be honest. There's a lot less people than there normally is today for whatever reason. It's a Friday, though. Give me a like. That would be very helpful. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. I have not been able to post on the Facebook page, so that might be why. I did not have time this morning, and I haven't re-downloaded the app. It wasn't working correctly. For my UK friends, we have Revolut working as well as PayPal. Also, Revolut works for all over the world. So even if you aren't in the UK and you're somewhere else, you can donate now if you want to. You guys ask, you shall receive. It's been very slow for the channel during trial days, so donations are a huge help to keep us running, and we very much appreciate it. Morning, Grave. I know you're in the bushes, my friends. We're glad we have you, even for a few minutes, Joy. Like, you're not going to, so you have us all day? Amazing. I love it. Amazing. Yeah, the polls that they do are kind of ridiculous. I'm not going to lie. Like, they're mostly from the cult. So, of course, the results of said poll are going to be skewed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you put a poll out to, you know, like, for instance, if you're talking politics, all Democrats, you're going to get a skewed poll. All Republicans, if you're asking a certain question that's, you know, popular with Democrats, and you ask that question, then obviously it's going to be skewed towards what Democrats like better. Same if you do it conservative Republican. The answer is going to be what conservative Republicans think. So it's like the skewed results of the poll are because you have mostly people like that watching it. The only thing on Court TV I will watch is friend of the show, Julie Grant, at 8 a.m. in the morning, and that is it. Also, if anybody saw my Twitter this morning, there's a missing girl from Bridgewater. I would appreciate it if you would share what I shared on my Twitter about the missing girl.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Coach?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
So, Mr.
transcript.
Brennan, will you draft?
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would refresh, I just have to do this for the record. Would refresh your recollection, look at the transcript.
I'll look at it, yes.
Exactly, B. Harley. All the questions that made him look stupid to begin with, he harped right back on. To me, I'm like, are you oblivious to everything around you, sir?
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Yeah. Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You
I'm
done?
going to allow
Like,
that, but let's move on.
objection?
I'm trying to.
No, you're not.
When the
You're not
Commonwealth
sorry.
asks
Good morning, Lisa.
questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that
Because he's
is
implying
nefarious,
it.
and I
That's
feel
why.
like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
What?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across?
She makes him sound stupid.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
She makes him look so stupid.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you...
No, because it's his summary and his words, not what she said.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
He tries to make a narrative
You
while
also told-
asking a question. You can't do that. It's improper.
Okay, can we come to Sidebar, please?
I think this is where Hank says, go F yourself. Enough with the narrative, enough with the comments. Like, enough is enough with that BS. I still don't understand why every sidebar they're putting the camera up to Fanny the Fan. I'm like, there is no that a attorney cannot demand that someone answer a question yes or no. They cannot demand that. Even Hank cannot say you have to answer this yes or no. The witness is allowed to answer the question however the answer is. If they can't answer it yes or no, they have a right to elaborate. Sorry, you guys. I've got my allergies are kicking in hardcore. I got that tickle in my throat. No, they cannot demand that you answer it yes or no. No, she's not, Joy.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th?
That she had told me she had. She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that. What you told him what she told you on the drive back. Maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked, and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it, and it was cracked, and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently. That's Steve.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right on the page.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan your first?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes, I think it's mine.
Oh, sure.
Civic case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text,
I do, yes.
and you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at Sidebar for a minute about this?
My shirt says "Coffee gives me lawyer powers," and since I'm not a lawyer, it was an appropriate shirt because it gives me all those knowledge that I have. That's just as good as an attorney, right? Let's look at Karen's chats. Like, apparently, talking to your sister is you can't do that. You're not allowed. It's not allowed. It's a very not allowed. So ridiculous, this line of questioning. Like, utterly absurd. Yeah, exactly. This family is not on trial. Let's remember that. Okay. The only person on trial here is Karen herself. AJ just keeps making himself look stupid, so I'll take it. But it's shitty that Jen has to deal with it. Yes, we're here 1 hour, 10 minutes. We haven't read our first donation yet. I'll check, but I don't see anything. We do have Revolut for you. People all around the world, including the US, can use it, but everybody else around the world, that's another option for you. You guys have asked for it. You shall receive. All the information is in the ticker at the bottom of the screen, and here, Ashley has it. Here, the Revolut stuff is in the ticker, and on the big one, we also have Chime as well. There's an Apple Pay link, and the Revolut link is in the chat currently. It's Fun Friday, guys. Well, he keeps saying correct, right? Like, and that, like, correct, like he's adding on his own like narrative to this, and that's not really gonna work well for him. It's gonna make him look stupid. Like, it already has made him look stupid, but even further making him look stupid. It's like, buddy, I'm tired of mainstream. Hi, Willow. Me either. My blood pressure just, I am wondering where the hell everybody is, though. There's like half as much of you as there normally is on any given day. I'm like so confused as to like where everybody went. Like, where is there like a special place we're supposed to be that I didn't know about? Like, is there somewhere else that's like better than here? I'm just wondering. Right? You think you would talk to your sister, right? It's subliminal. Yeah, it is. It's so that the jury, like, it's also to try to catch someone up on like catch her on saying something. It's utterly ridiculous. Like, right? Is it? Well, for some people it is. Actually, funny enough, Friday is the day I make the least amount for the channel. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. It's also been very, very slow for the channel during trial. So the channel makes a quarter as much as they normally do for a regular, like a regular 3 or 4 hour stream. So it's been hard. I know it's hard, Jack. It's hard, but I have to listen to the torturous shit, unfortunately. So that I can tell you guys what's going on for people who missed it and stuff. Like, so it is, I'm not gonna lie, it's torture to have to listen to it. Like, Alessi is even more torture, but like watching him do what he's doing is really torture, but I don't really have a choice. You know what I mean? Like, people depend on me to get the information. So it sucks that I have to do it, but I don't really have a choice in the matter at this point. So I do it because I care and because I want to see justice happen as well. Well, that's the thing. Correct gives the like assumption that like it's right, and it's not. Like, oh yeah, I 100% agree on that. I've never seen a police report where they always record your statements correctly. They put it in their words what they think it is. That's what happens. Like, it's never actually 100% what you said, and they don't add in everything. It's basically, like she said, kind of a summary of what the police remember. They don't write the report right then and there either. Remember that. Like, they just don't. Like, that's okay. Lots of people do, Jack, and I'm happy to do it. I can't say that I'm not one side or another on this. I am. I've been one of the people who's been harassed into oblivion because of this case, and I want to see justice too. So, but I'm happy to do it because I want to see this through. Like, it does kind of feel therapeutic with other people, doesn't it? Like where even if it's a little triggering, like you're there with other people and like you can sort of get through that emotion with other people. It's definitely more helpful. I'll tell you that much. 100% more helpful. I don't know. I can't see close enough to see, but Jen's sisters were there last time, a couple of them. So I'm guessing they're probably there again. You know, the gaslighting. Yeah, the gaslighting gets me. Like, yeah, I don't usually do political stuff here just because like it just starts an argument between people who love each other. And I would appreciate not having you guys argue over silly things. I to be honest, like I vote both sides. I'm an independent, but I have very real beliefs on both sides. But politics is not one of those things that I like to talk about because people just get in arguments and I love your faces too much to want people to argue with each other. It could be. Yeah, he did defend Weinstein. The badgering is so bad, dude. Like, it's like, at what point do you stop that badgering, though? You know, like, I mean, Hank has objected, but I mean, you don't want to object too much because then it just like makes you look silly. But at the same time, there are some things I think I would have keep objecting to. You know what I mean? It just gets people arguing. The like button is very helpful. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, dude, the interviews she did is just going to sink her ship. That's for sure. I fully believe it's going to sink her ship hardcore. And that's on her and her team. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't blame anyone else for what they have done, like, except themselves. And AJ is getting really frustrated that he's not shaking Jen the way that he did last time, and she's not dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's like, no, F this. I'm not dealing with this bull crap. Like, Sunken sends $20. Thank you, Sunken Grave. That is our first donation of the day. I appreciate you, my friend.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve
She
the
lawyered
exhibit?
up.
Yes.
So they talked to her one time when they went to her parents' house that day, and then she got a lawyer.
Thank you.
So she didn't do police interviews.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant, had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document 8 pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148.
The jury is not going to understand what point he's trying to make here because there's no point to be made.
May I
You talk to your
approach this?
sister
Yes.
about what happened? Oh, no, not
you.
that.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at Sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Most of the jury are going to be like, I would call my brother or sister as well. So this is not going to work well for him. Hi, Arlene. Most people would, if you have a brother or sister, would call them, or a best friend, you know. Mine's an Android, so you're blue on my phone. Signals. Karen's interviews are going to her. They are. You didn't see any of them? Ooh. Ouch. Yeah, no, she did admit that she said I hit him. They've already played that one. That she just doesn't know if she said it that many times, as law enforcement claims. There were a lot of admissions that go against her original story that she's been telling. So, yeah, it's not good for her. And they've already played 2 or 3 of them, even more. I think 11 of them total or something like that, but in like clips, most of them. Exactly. They're trying to find out what happened. They're trying to, like, I mean, I'd want to know if something like that happened to my sisters. I'd be texting her too. Like, what happened? Explain to me what happened. Like, maybe we can figure this out together. Like, what happened? Like,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
exactly, Arlene. Exactly.
May I stand
Exactly.
at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I-
McCabe.
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the 4 of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or 2.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top one,
1st,
the
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that can come.
48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using the statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text,
Mhm.
who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes,
12:50 noon,
noon, yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert is, explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Okay.
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home. I'm
No,
sorry, not Michael.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived
at the
at your
Karen
house. They were
cam,
in
y'all.
your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was
Bill Reed was just zoned out.
5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Mr. Reed zoned out. Keep watching Mr. Reed. He zones out like every 2 minutes. Watch him.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do
Look
you
where
write to
everyone
the
else
group?
is looking.
I love it.
And look at
And this is
him.
in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I use the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation.
That's
correct?
not a question.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we
It's
approach?
not a question.
Yes.
He knows what he was doing there. He's telling a narrative. A narrative. Is he insane? You've already pissed this judge off until the end of the earth. You think it's a good idea? Joy, what do you think about what he just did? I want to hear from you because you're an attorney. Like, what the actual F was he thinking? Like, you cannot give a narrative and then say correct as if it's a question. That is not a question. It is inappropriate. She has asked him numerous times to stop with the comments, to knock it off, and he continues on. Like, what a moron, dude. I promise you that when this trial concludes, dude, she's going to have a lot in store for them. I see sanctions coming. That's not a question. You colluded. Do you really think that the jury thinks that talking to your friends and family about something that just happened is colluding? Sorry. They all would have talked to their friends and family as well. The jury's not going to buy that. That was a weak attempt at trying to get something out of the toothpaste tube that can't be put back in. You can tell the jurors to disregard things, but they're jurors. They're probably not going to. So, like, that was his sad attempt at trying to do something like that. Like, it's exactly, Arlene. Yeah, he is histrionic. I agree with you, Whitney. 100%. The effing joke.
May I, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
you may not.
In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses
No.
in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard or what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police
Shrimp in a soup.
with Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything,
Yeah, as in
correct?
opinions and stuff.
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's
Right.
going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's
Gray and brown.
statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after
Truth.
you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry
Timeline
Roberts.
was
Yes, we both put
asked
down
by Peggy.
what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Ah. There it is, folks. Yeah, like she was a built-in babysitter. Things like that. Hank's gonna get amazing redirect.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe.
Oh, here we go.
And ask you about
Google search, right?
that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Nothing burger. Big fat nothing burger.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium.
I can't wait for the redirect either because he's gonna make AJ look like a fool more than he already made himself look like a fool. While they're waiting, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, donate to the channel if you can. We really need your help.
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence,
You're right. There was no conspiracy.
directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town,
She
correct?
wasn't driving.
Yes, we went.
And
Correct.
you indicated that you were there to drop of 2024. about a
Nothing
year ago.
happened.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's just sad. Yeah, it has been 1.5 hours. Like, when is he going to wrap this up, dude? Wrap it up.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit
Right? Poor beef.
on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was
I love you.
your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
Yes.
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes,
Yes.
Arlene.
You
Yeah.
talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
The objection is, I mean, the
Do you remember
report
exactly
is
what it
not
was that you told him
evidence.
during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
That's annoying, insider man. I don't know why I would be shadow banned.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
So I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben. I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
She
I have
doesn't
no
know.
idea.
I mean,
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brenner on your way up.
You know, the bathroom conspiracy where she went to the bathroom in Lank's house and said, "Hey, Lank, do me a favor, help me with this conspiracy in 10 seconds or less." Like, jury's not following any of this. Like, he's lost the jury if he's lost us. Like, this is just like absurdity
I have no problem with that.
at this point.
Good? Okay.
Right? The toilet's in on it. And so are all of us,
Yes.
apparently.
Thank you.
It's absurd. Like, dude, it's already 10:41. They're about to
Do
take
you
their
recognize
morning break.
the document though?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
From Bob's Burgers. It's hilarious, Hannah.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't know how they can't see how idiotic this is.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
So now it's maps where she just said you can't describe the map. Like, what is this, bro? Like, I'm sorry, but at this point, the judge should be making him wrap up with her because this is unfair. We're almost at the morning break, which is always at 11. Okay. They're dismissing the jury at 3:45 today because clearly they have something to argue after that. And judge wants to get out of there by 4, which is like the most, like she could have went till 4 with the jury and then argued whatever she needed to after that. Like, this judge wanting to leave right at 4 o'clock is like really irks the hell out of me. Like, I've never seen a judge like do this kind of stuff. Like, come on, man. Like, sidebar. Like, how many goddamn sidebars? Like, while we're at it, if you guys will do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you can, please. I would appreciate it. If you can give a donation, it'd be very helpful. The channel has been struggling a little with the last couple of weeks of trial, so it's very helpful. And we have Revolut now for the people who are not, well, you can use it if you're in the United States too, but you can send money through Revolut from the UK, Ireland, Scotland, all sorts of other countries. Under the toilet seat. Did you leave any notes for the anybody under the toilet seat? You guys are hilarious. Jay Leno. He reminds, it's Quentin Tarantino's son. Like, well, yeah, the third party stuff was out unless they could prove with evidence that anything third party happened. That didn't happen. Oh yeah, and we have an Apple Pay link for those of you who want to try Apple Pay or have Apple Pay. Somebody's asking me my thoughts on this right now. It's ridiculous. Jury's not. Yep, young Quentin Tarantino coming in 2026. I mean, there's something like, lady, you didn't have court all day yesterday. Let's not allow like him to go all goddamn day again. Like, she needs to like ask him when he's going to wrap it up. He said an hour and a half. Okay. That's what he said yesterday. We're at past that already. All right. Well, I mean, even the last one that they argued, she just allowed them to continue and she shouldn't have. Like, shocker, right? Like, yeah, I'd like to have a couple talking to her about here as well. I'd like to read her the Sewer Turtle Diaries, the Wimpy Sewer Turtle Diaries, part 2 and part 3, and Wimpy Bradle's Diaries, where he yells, "Please, please, Your Honor, please, please, Your Honor, please." I wanna read that to her and all the things that these people like to say, and see if she's totally okay with allowing this kind of stuff to happen. I also want to remind her that she's opened the door to any other attorney doing all of this and nothing happening.
Thank you.
Why would that be weird if you're trying to construe that like he never went in the house? So how could anything have happened in the house?
Your Honor.
He never
Thank
came
you.
in. We never
Taking a
saw
look at
him.
that
I don't
first
find that
page,
strange at all.
Do you recognize
This was about an interview.
a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
Yeah, the shouty one.
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page
It's
2.
not telling someone, it's giving your opinion
What's
on
been
what
marked for identification.
like tell them he never went in the house. Like, how could anything happen in the house when he never went?
Do you see a
like I would have
location
said the same thing.
pinpointed on
Whether
that
they choose to
page?
say it or not is up to them.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that
I would have said
location?
the same thing if it was my
Yes,
sister.
1:30,
Tell them he never went in the
2022
friggin' house.
at
This conspiracy is
12:19.
ridiculous.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that
Yes,
location?
that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1:30, 2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that again? What is that location?
That is 1:30, 2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1:30, at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's the date and time?
1:30, 2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come and go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 46 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lang's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lang's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lang's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lang's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted.
Mhm.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lang's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we
Just
did
said
drive
she
from
did.
One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
your-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Yeah, on this thing, he's
I'm
going
gonna
to
ask you a couple
continue
of
on,
questions. You may-
Jezebel. Something
Depending
else.
upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember.
Oh
Let's
my
see.
God.
Okay.
He does look
Isn't it
like
true
an
that
idiot.
at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th?
I agree.
2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening.
I don't think they
That
do.
I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back
Yep.
at your
I did.
address on
Catch
Country
it.
Lane?
I do not remember that.
I caught it.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I
do
know we drove by.
if I was the jury.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
Guess we're all going, huh?
And isn't it true at
All in
5:43
on it, right?
you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28,
He's harping on things that make him
almost
look
45 minutes later,
going over and over it.
actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
She's already said that multiple times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Well,
jury,
just
so
shift
we'll
gears.
take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes. We'll see you back.
15, 20 minutes my A, but
Again, if we just go forward.
sorry, and I'm going to say right now, this 15, 20 minutes crap, she never does just 15 minutes. She never does just 20 minutes. The judge goes well beyond 15 or 20 minutes. Let's just be honest here, okay? He is, Michael, trying so freaking hard for that gotcha moment that he's just not getting, dude. He's just not getting it. She is breaking him, Tanja. He is getting angrier and angrier. Angrier and angrier. Okay, cool. Make sure you guys come get me too. Like, I want in on this conspiracy party. I want in because I'm part of the conspiracy, right? So, like, I want in on the conspiracy couch and a conspiracy pool party. Let's do this. Like, I love all of you. I love all of you. Walking the dog? How dare you leave us, Anna? I'm offended. Just kidding. Walk the dog. This is a good time to walk the dog if you have to walk the dog. It's a good time to stretch, get your drinks, go to the bathroom so you don't miss anything. Also a good time to hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you're over on X, come on over to the live chat. Michael, you would love the live chat over here on YouTube. I feel like you would like the commentary that the live chat gives. Come on over to YouTube and just search Twisted Tragedies, and it should pop up with my little icon, and it should say live on it. Come on over from X onto YouTube and get in on this live chat. We get some good comedic one-liners, and we have a very funny way of dealing with things, especially when it's getting frustrating. You know, we just throw some good one-liners in there and we laugh about it, right? I mean, let's all make sure we have Signal out and make sure that that's our new preferred method of communication is Signal. Because I mean, if lawyers are doing it, we should probably be doing it, right? Like, I guess we're coming to the doctors with you, ma'am. We are going. Like, you're going on dog poo duty. Well, it's conspiracy dog poo, right? Don't forget, that's a conspiracy. You're leaving notes in your dog poo. We all know it, Potluck. We know it. Yeah, make sure you leave a conspiracy note under the seat. You know, that's how we do things. Like, it's usually pretty hilarious. I'm not going to lie. Like, Masshole Mafia, but I mean, most people know who she is by now. It's like a thing that Aiden has had is like some sort of gotcha against Kate for forever. He also just makes shit up. So there's that. Like, there is no old videos on who she is. You should probably just like ask her, you know what I mean? And also probably not just believe everything that a sewer turtle tells you. Cause like, that's not going to give you an accurate representation of who someone is. Like, having other people tell you who someone is never a good idea. You should get to know people on your own. And the people that know me personally here, like Ashley will literally tell you, like, some people are different. Like, on their live shows versus like in real life. I can tell you this much. Ashley can tell you, most people that have met me in person can tell you, this is what you get. This is me in a nutshell, on or off line. You guys get me in all of my glory. Oh my God, I want a party bus so badly. Also, Mother's Day is coming up, guys. Right? I feel like we should all be like having a signal party. Yes, that's Kate. That's her channel, her YouTube and her social media. He's not making a point. It is ridiculous. It's very ridiculous, Rhonda. It's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. While we're on this little break, if you guys want to do me a favor while hitting the like button, if you can make a donation to the channel, it's very helpful. It has been very slow for the channel since trial started. We stream twice as long, but the donations are much slower and actually less than what we get doing a regular show. So we really need your help if you can. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Revolut for anybody who's not in the US, but you can also use it if you're in the US. And it's for a bunch of countries, which is kind of cool. And there's also Chime with the same Chime tag. It's called a Chime tag, but it's the same one as Revolut or Venmo or Cash App. They're all the same. The only one that's different is PayPal because you use an email. We also have an Apple Pay link in chat that you guys can use, and the Revolut link we have as well, in case you want to do it that way. Right? I am what I am. Like, when most people can tell you, this is me. Like, right? I wish my kids would, take me to Cancun, or maybe just make me a card with handprints. Like, I could totally take that too. Like, I don't know. After Jen, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I have to think about that. If he goes with the Google search last, like Hank probably guessed he would. Maybe Jessica Hyde. I don't know. Maybe Katie McLaughlin, because she also heard the I hit him at the same time Jen did while they were standing on the lawn. I don't know. There's a couple people he could use, that Hank could use. I'm not really sure who he's going to use next. But yeah, all of y'all deserve it. Whatever you guys get for Mother's Day, and even you single dads. I used to take a friend of mine out every Mother's and then Father's Day because she's a single parent. And same thing for my single father friends. Like, we take them out on Mother's Day and Father's Day because you're doing both jobs. So you deserve to be celebrated both times. You know? He's implying that like they conspiracized to go to Michael Lang's house and not drop off Carrie's daughter, but they just went there to like make up a conspiracy. That's what he's sort of implying. And it just sounds ridiculous. Like, you know, like it's utterly absurd. Like, yeah, he's got 2:27 a.m. next. Let's hope he can wrap it up after that. You know, it is just, it's cuckoo bananas. It's some cuckoo banana stuff. Like, you can't imply that like she went by Sergeant Lang's house. She never even saw him. Okay, first of all, they talked to his wife. And here's the kicker. If the defense really wanted to know who they talked to, like, oh, did you actually talk to him? They could have just asked the wife, like, did you, like, or could we have your phone records to prove? Like, they didn't. Like, they didn't. So ridiculous to me. Like, utterly ridiculous. Like, this conspiracy is just beyond funny at this point, you know? It's going on and on. Yeah. Read, the professor is looking at her files and whispered to Yannetti. Well, you know, apparently Mr. Reed had a little outburst this morning going into court. He set off the alarm, the metal detector alarm. And when they told him to back up and like, you know, empty his pockets, he had a meltdown. It was like, are you kidding me? I'm here every day. You act like you don't know me or something. I'm sorry, Mr. Reed. That applies to everyone, even you and your murderous child. If you set it off, you have to then back up, empty your pockets, get wanded, go back through it until you don't set it off. So we're sorry that your privilege is showing, sir, that you don't think that you have to follow the rules. Where do you think your daughter got it from? That she doesn't need to follow the rules. She can just do whatever she wants. She could buy her way out of it, or daddy will help her out of it. Like, this is where she gets that attitude from. On full display at the courthouse this morning. Most of us, put our pants on one pants at a time. We pay rent on the first. We pay electric, gas, groceries. These people don't worry about things like money or transportation, or even if you hit and kill someone, because they can just have their minions raise money for them to pay for all that. So, and they can eat at better places while they do it. And they can stay in hotels for endless amounts of months in the seaport, not even a cheaper one. Mr. Burns is very much a diva, and make no mistake, so is his sidekick, Smithers, the son. Most of us are working paycheck to paycheck, struggling by on this choo-choo train. And these very entitled people don't think they need to follow the same rules as everybody else. No evidence, not a single piece. Not a single piece. I mean, Jen probably is like, where is the gotcha moment, Jackson? Like, there's no, he's going so hard for some sort of gotcha moment, and then it falls completely and utterly flat. Completely and utterly, it's just flat. Done. Like, we definitely know where. I wish I had a parent that I could just be like, hey, can I borrow, $1 million or so to get myself out of a murder trial? And also, while you're at it, can you help me, pay off my car and stay in a hotel and help me rile up people so they'll just throw my amount of money that's thrown at some of the people that are lying for this whole thing is utterly disgusting to me. I'm like, this is what people think good content is if they just lie to you so that you hear what you want to hear. Listen, you might not always agree with what I have to say, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm never just going to sit here and fucking lie for funsies. Like, sorry. Well, I mean, it is funny. Like, yeah, well, let's hope, because she's going to have to tell him at some point, like, are you going to wrap this up, Mr. Jackson? We're going to have her on the fucking stand for 3 goddamn days. Like, I did not see those pictures. Thank God, because I probably would want to vomit, right? Seriously. I can, but I'm not signed into my email right now. And you're going to have to wait until like lunch break or something, because every time I add another tab to my computer, like even when I add someone else into like on here, it starts going in and out for some reason, almost like my computer can't handle the bandwidth of doing it. So I don't know why. I mean, I do have a lot of things plugged into my computer right now. I have the microphone plugged into my computer. I have the other screen plugged into my computer. I also have it charging. I also have the camera. So I think it's at its max right now. I'm working with an older laptop here, and until I get a decent computer, it's starting to spit and stutter when I open up too much or try to do too much. Right now, I only have the 2 tabs open. The Seaport, oh yeah, and she had a suite. It was like over $100,000 she spent. The conspiracy is conspiring, like over $100,000. Imagine just having $100,000 to you don't have to stay at the Seaport. You don't even have to stay at a hotel. Half the time she had her own house. And then when she sold her own house, she could have stayed with her parents. Like, but imagine just being like, no, I'm going to spend $100,000 on that instead. And then claiming poor. Get the fuck out of here. You have no idea what poor is like. You want to switch places, lady, like money-wise only. I'd be happy to do it. And then you can talk about how it is like to struggle, I think the narcissism is, going right down the line in that family. Except maybe the sister, who doesn't want to be a part of this shit show. I do think they're going to play. Well, we do know that Hank's going to play some clips, Brittany. Oh, she has stuff that goes straight to her Venmo and Cash App anyway. Make no mistake, a lot of that will go into her commissary. Yeah, the happiest murder defendant. That was like the most craziest thing I've ever seen when that actually came out on an article. And I'm like, they're not wrong. She is the happiest murder defendant ever. She loves the attention. Like, it's very abundantly clear at this point. Like, apparently the other day, like her lawyers told her not to talk to the media. What was the first thing she did? Talk to the media. That's very true if he ever finishes, but let's hope that he does, because I'm getting sick and tired of his bullshit already. It's 11:14, so they should be coming back soon. Hopefully. If I get any donations, I will read them, obviously. We've just had the one this morning. I see the email, Ash. I'll try to open it during lunch because I don't want to overload the computer right now and have it start stuttering. Scoots the poops. Conspiracy poops. Conspiracy dog poops. I did see that and I was disgusted by it, Jesse. Shrunken mushroom. Yeah, the pickle chips. She still wanted to talk. Still wanted to talk. She can't shut the F up. That's half her problem. Is she can't learn how to just shh her face. Not that that's a shock or anything. It's clearly not a shock. She thinks that, you know, she's all that in a bag of chipsies. I think she's going to need some serious psychological help that they probably maybe force her to get when she's in jail. Because at this point, if I'm the jury, I am completely lost on what the hell is going on here. I have no idea why AJ is badgering this lady. I put myself in her shoes. I would have called my family. I would have talked to my family. Absolutely. Like, he came real close about asking that reporter if that had been me. And he was asking about the reporter and me saying, like, tell them they didn't go in the house, or somebody, Chris, whoever it was, who said, like, tell them they didn't go in the house. That's how we talk here, because it's frustrating to be accused of something you didn't do. So it's like, just tell them he never came in the fucking house, dude. It's literally that simple. It's not rocket science. Like, he did not ever come in the fucking house. We didn't see him. Like, that's frustrating, right? Like, it's because, I mean, and if you notice, she is making faces at Jen. She's getting pissed. She's clenching her jaw. She's, you know, narrowing her eyes. Mr. Burns is getting lost in translation, and everybody's like looking this way, and he's over here like like totally lost. And the mother too. I'm like, do these people like take an Ambien before they come to court? Like, they look so zoned out, like, for real, like zoned the hell out. Almost like some of the inmates we had when I worked in the prison. Like, they were Librium shuffling around. Like, what is really going on here? Like, just, they look very out of sorts. And Karen, Mr. Reed is not happy with Jackson because Mr. Reed wants Jackson to, like, attack Jen. And it's not working. It's backfiring. It's making Jackson look bad. I am actually shocked that he is still on this, when he started on the same line of questioning that he finished with, that made him look like a fool to begin with. I am shocked. I'm sorry, but as an attorney, if you don't know that Jen McCabe owned you at that point, like, then you probably need to stop being a lawyer because you're that full of yourself. He's used to these kind of tactics working. And when they're not, he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's becoming very unhinged. The judge really needs to put her foot down with the comments. Like, it's almost like she's afraid in front of the jury to be like, all right, Mr. Jackson, enough with that. It's not illegal or biased or wrong for a judge to stop either side from acting that way at all. Okay? I've seen it in a million trials with judges like, I'm not putting up with your crap anymore, right in front of a jury. I've asked you numerous times and you are going to stop doing it. She doesn't. Of course, shocker. Judge doesn't do anything. Like, no, you know, yeah, you could, you know, pull a Tom and pee a little to keep yourself warm if you want. Like, you know, it is evil. It's evil what most people have been through. And I can tell you from experience, the harassment is horrendous. It's awful. And it continues. Like, just because simply I don't sit there and lie about the case and I tell you what I think the evidence proves. And because I say that the evidence proves she's guilty, I'm public enemy number one. So the mob thinks that it's okay to harass and try to intimidate and try to shut people up. No, unacceptable. No matter how many times a day they send me crazy messages or try to call my phone or send texts from text app numbers or any of those things, not ever going to just magically go away. Like, so Tom one time told people that he pees on his leg a little in the winter in front of the courthouse during like hearings to keep himself warm. He said that happened. Yeah, the judge will just be like, enough of you. Knock it off. Stop it. John DePetra said Jen's dad is sitting next to Paul O'Keefe today. All righty. Paul is actually in the back row today. I don't know why, though. He was closest to the judge and sidebar. I don't see why he would have had to move to the back row. That's kind of stupid if you ask me. Like, no, she doesn't, in my opinion, have a backbone at this point. I'm kind of sick and tired of watching her. Like, you can argue a fair trial all you want, okay? But even Joy can probably tell you, with however many, judges she's dealt with, the judge has more than enough reason here to stop them from doing BS and playing games. And I just don't see her ever doing anything. Sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. A sidebar to yell at them? No, it needs to be done publicly to make it effective. Bottom line. No, that's so good for her. She needs to wake up, literally. Yeah, he said that happened on a live stream, nonetheless. Oh, I'm not. I'm definitely not. But she's already gotten harassment. Probably not as much as me or any one of the other people who have, but like she has from this case. Make no mistake about that. Yeah, I know he was, but it's weird. Why move him? Nobody else moved. Why does he need to move? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to move everyone or switch it up a little, I can understand, but you didn't move anybody else. The victim's family shouldn't have to deal with this circus to begin with. So once again, it's the judge not really having a backbone or patience. What is happening? Like, what happened in the 15 minutes, Bev? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. We've been well over that. At 10:30, it was over an hour and a half. If you start at 9 or 9:15, 10:15 is an hour. 10:45-ish around, or even if you want to push 11, that's over an hour and a half. Okay. Karen complained about someone making faces. That's all Karen does. So I wouldn't even take her seriously if I was the judge about her complaining about anybody making faces. What about her faces? They're allowed to make faces. Freedom of expression. Thank you. Yes, that is him. Yeah, pay them off. That's how they got out of trouble. That's how they still get out of trouble. Like, his reputation here and in LA have taken some damage. Yanetti's has taken probably a lot more, believe it or not. I do think we will see some sort of sanctions at the end of this trial for these attorneys that purposely lied to the judge, purposely hid things, purposely colluded. I think it's utterly disgusting. And if she doesn't do something when this trial ends, then she is saying to any other attorney everywhere that even after a trial ends, she won't do anything. So if she doesn't, as she's already told attorneys, they can just come into her courtroom and do all of this and nothing will happen. If she waits until the very end and does something, it's not going to be as effective, of course, but it'll still at least tell these attorneys, like, yeah, you can do all these snaky things and probably still get away with it. But at the very end, you might have some sanctions or might be reported. So we'll see. Yannetti does look bored, right? He does. He does look super, like, zoned out and bored. I'm already seeing it start to happen. Some of them turning on Jackson. And I do think that it's because they know that it's going to be a guilty verdict. So they're already trying to, like, sort of turn tides to say that they remained in the middle, like try to throw like, oh, well, we were just giving you our honest opinions and we remained in the middle ground. So like we weren't wrong. They don't want to have to say they were 100% wrong. Nope. Now you can't have a Tom CPU, PPU. I mean, CPU. He did look like he was going to fall asleep, to be honest. Like she does. You cannot rule from the bench afraid of appeals. That is not how a judge rules. That's absurdity. Like, and I know that she knows they're litigating. Like these are litigating attorneys that are going to appeal every single tiny thing. But if you know that they don't have an appealable, like even if they appeal, they're not going to win. Why rule that way? You should stop ruling based on your fear of appeals. I've never seen a judge do that. Why be a judge then? What's the point if you're just going to rule like that? Doesn't really make sense to me. She did waive that, yes. Yeah, I could have, but if you're going to do all them, yeah, I did see the clip of Emily D. Baker saying that, and he is rattled. It's the truth, but I think that they're only saying it now because we're already in trial, and at the very end of this, if there's a guilty, they're going to say, "Oh, well, see, we were in the middle. We criticized him a little. See." I mean, to me, it's a game to them. This is a fucking game to them. And I don't like to swear, but like, this is a goddamn game to them. This is not a game to me. These are people's lives. Like, yeah, I agree with you, Bree. Oh yeah, she's setting a serious precedent. Nope, still cross on Jen. Oh yeah, he's mad he can't be on the golf course. Didn't we hear him in that interview? Oh, should be on the golf course. Like acting as if he's not on the golf course on the weekend or something. Stop it. Like, stop it, sir. Like, I have a serious issue with it too. Yeah, that's where they're going next. Guaranteed. It's 227. And once again, he's going to sound like an idiot because it's already been debunked, which was pretty smart by Hank. But if I'm Hank, I think I'd follow up at least shortly after Jen with Jessica Hyde. With Jessica Hyde. That's what I would do. I would follow up with Jessica Hyde. She was a defense attorney, so she's always been a defense-leaning judge. Just not this hard. Just not this hard. You know? Like, so I don't jinx this route. Karen is going to make sure she'll be regretting so many things and we'll have time to realize what she's done. Well, you know, unfortunately for narcissists, even when they have time to reflect, they don't. They just make up complaints about why everybody else is wrong. You did not miss anything because, as we know, the judge says 15, 20 minutes, and here we are. Yeah, exactly. And she did say it. She said he was rattled, wasn't, and then Andrea Burkhart, which I think is an idiot, wasn't doing it right, and he wasn't doing the cross right, and it was improper, and it's his own fault because he's letting it get to him, and him yelling at her, he's already lost, and all the things that I've already been saying this entirety of this time and the last trial. Funny because he's got the same tone as last trial, and they weren't saying it then, were they? That's a good indicator of people not being truthful to you, is it was the same tone he used last time and they're saying something different now. Come on. Like, yeah, I think Jessica Hyde would be good. She's smug, but she's also an idiot. Like the shit I've heard her say, I'm like, go back to law school. What idiot attorney says something like that? Oh, that's right. One that's lying on purpose. Because they know damn right the shit coming out of their mouths is not true. This fake like outrage, like on things that are mundane and straightforward. It makes me go berserk. Like, it drives me bonkers. It should drive any actual attorney or anybody in the field of law or the justice system bonkers to hear this kind of shit coming out of their mouths, because you know that they know they're lying. Oh my God, the allergies today. I have that like thick layer of like, it's gross, but like phlegm or whatever in the back of my throat from the pollen. So it's like making it hard to like breathe. I agree. Yeah, I can't either. You know, that attitude, but also saying shit we know isn't true. Like, you know, that's a thing with narcissists where they convince themselves that their own lies are true. Yeah, I mean, even the sewer turtle does it. Yeah, there's no such thing as a short break. She doesn't know what it is. She has no idea what a friggin' short break is. Me too, dude. I got it all right here and right here, like in my eyes and nose, which are super itchy. My skin's super itchy. I have psoriasis too, so like it's on my face. Right here, right here, right here, right here. So it makes it itchy too. Next round of margaritas. Oh yeah, his voice, that shit drives me nuts too. Like, you conspired. That's you conspiring, Jen, talking to your family and friends. How dare you? How dare you? Like, Well, that's the thing. He does. He tries these little subliminal keywords of things to try to lay this narrative while he's questioning, which is improper. Oh, you don't have to tell me. We already know all about him and the DUI guy and Melanie Little. You could just keep going and going with these people. Oh, we're coming back. Good, because I got to go to the bathroom when they do come back. I can see the closed captioning. Me too. It makes me seriously ill. Like if their channels pop up, usually it's on like my YouTube on my phone, and I'll literally just like be scrolling to see someone else, and like all of a sudden on the screen of like you'll see it like $100, $40, $50, and it's just like super chat after super chat after super chat, and I'm like, this is what people find to be like in compelling content, is like just disparaging people all day and lying. I'm confused. Like I'm concerned. I'm concerned about society if that's what they find to be good content. Like for real. Me too. It's the pressure and the like tickle in my throat. It's making me like, you know, there's so many of them. Like so many of them. It's like, listen, if I only cared about money, I would have just stayed thinking that maybe she could possibly be innocent and just screamed like they do FKR until the very, very end. Then, you know, all the money would be rolling out. I knew I was giving that up when I realized with evidence that she was wrong and I had to correct the incorrect information I was given. Like, yeah, I know. YouTube's notoriously slow. I'm still waiting. I check it every day. Every day. Every day. You know, I'm a small channel. I'm not nearly as big as some of these other channels. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am very small. Like, so it's a struggle. It's been a lot bigger of a struggle during trial because I'm, 8+ hours, and it's a lot. I'm making a lot less. I have to cover all the costs before I ever make anything. So it's been harder even during trial. Most channels would have probably given up by now if you were me. But I want to see justice. I want to see this through. Most people should want to see this through, especially if you've been personally, as I have, affected by this. Defense attorneys know most of their clients are guilty, just like Karen's team knows she is guilty. The job is ethically get the best outcome and point out real missteps. Yeah, but they're just not doing it ethically, obviously. And it looked as though there might have been an inappropriate relationship. Yeah, I agree. There was. People love to say that is fake. The picture, the live photo is fake because it shows a narrative of AJ being very inappropriate with his client. Unfortunately for them, it's very true. It's a very real live photo. And so they can keep up. Let me look. I don't, PayPal's the only one that doesn't give me like an actual alert on my phone. Like Venmo does, Cash App does. But for some reason, I actually have to check emails to see anything for PayPal. I have it right here. Thank you for your $5 donation. I appreciate you. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you, JMS. Jack D sends 1313 for us. He says, super chat. I might as well throw out the super chat dance for you, Jack. Get a good kick out of that one, right? Here it is. I think we got a super chat. And there's FKR, y'all. That is FKR. Yeah, he did. It's a very real live video. Video, whatever you want to call it. It's very real. There's nothing fake about it, so they can keep saying that, but it makes it like that much funnier because I know that it's real. Thank you, B. Harley. I appreciate that. Oh, that's crazy. $2.75 for a tiny bag of popcorn. No, thank you. Like, he did. He can keep saying. I mean, here's the funny part: is some outlets actually reached out to her team, and they confirmed that it was just like playing or rough, whatever they called it. But her team actually did like confirm it. So I find it funny. Like, yeah, it's a live photo. That's what it is. But it's very, very real. So I love when the FKR people are just like, no, it's not real. And no, it is real. It's very real. You guys can say it's not real. It doesn't actually make it true. And that's half the problem, is them just saying things that don't actually make it true. Yeah, foreplay, right? I could never afford that. $2.75 for a tiny bag of popcorn. I would have packed you snacks, Ash. Oh, yeah. They love to call everybody stupid. Everyone's stupid. Nobody knows what they're talking about. Anybody who's been watching me long term can tell you. As a matter of fact, you guys, why don't you tell Susie what my batting average is for predictions when it comes to this case? But they say I'm an idiot, right? They say I'm dumb. I have no idea what I'm talking about, even though I have 10 times the knowledge of the law that they do and trials. So I find it hilarious. You have these people that have no knowledge of trials and law, making these opinions and these sort of assumptions on how it actually works versus like the real life, how it works. And I have to laugh at them. I just laugh, because anybody who does know the law should be laughing at them. Real attorneys should be laughing at them. And I'm not talking about fake law tubers. I'm talking about real attorneys should be laughing at them, because they have no knowledge of what the hell they're talking about. Like, thank you, Jack. Sends another $6.87 and says, figured I'd make it an even 20. My brain doesn't like even amounts usually, hence the strange amounts. That's okay. I like the strange amounts, because then I know it's you usually. Even when I just look to see and it shows the amount first and then your name, then I know it's you, because it's not just a straight even number. My batting average is pretty good. The point is that when I'm predicting something, I predict it based on my knowledge of the law and how I would do it if it was me as the attorney, versus and how you apply correctly the law or procedure to it, and what any outcome could be. And more often than not, about 90% of the time, I predict exactly what's going to happen with ARCA. I predicted those texts that Wolf had would be completely deleted and gone. What else was Jackson going to do? He had no choice but to say they're both deleted, both of them, because what was in them could have exposed them both hard. And so their best bet was to just hide it altogether and say, they no longer exist. We don't have them. Oh my God, I've done that so many times, Ash. So many times I've done this. Like, so freaking many. Like, I've done it. Pollock sends $10 for a donation. Thank you, Pollock, my friend. I appreciate you. Let's see. Now we're at 11:37, y'all. Like, what is really happening right now? 11:37. What happened to this 15, 20-minute break? As I said, it's never 15 or 20 minutes. Judge is wasting time, wasting a lot of time, which, no offense, I don't appreciate. Don't appreciate it, Your Honor. I don't appreciate this. Most of us don't. Hold on, let me see if... Yeah, no, we're unmuted. We're still not back yet. This is crazy. Oh yeah. The 18 months, that's what they should have done, is jump on that plea deal that was 18 months. Karen said no. With her ego, she thought that she could win it. You know, she thought she could win it. It was a good deal, you know? I'm sorry. Thank you, JMS. Actually, I made my intro and outro. My intro was my first ever try at editing anything before. And I made that. And then my second try ever at editing a video, like a form like that where I'm not live, was my outro. And I'm pretty proud of both of them. I think I did a good job, because especially that being your very first time, I've seen a lot more amateur ones than what I put together. And I had to figure out how to use the software. And that was my first very try, not knowing how to do it at all. And I think I did a pretty good job on the intro and outro, not knowing how to do it.
And I am sorry that I got it stuck in your head. Oh, absolutely. The federal investigation is going to be exposed at some point. Like, Sash, I don't know. But what I do know is that he decided that it would be a great idea to then leave the court and dox someone. And that someone sent a email or a letter to the court letting them know that that's exactly what he did after he left. And the judges might see that as him spitting in the judge's face, thinking you're on thin ice, but then you go and do something like that. So it's a very real possibility that the judge revokes his bail. He took it under advisement. And so we won't know until the judge makes the order, but it's a very real possibility. That's for sure. Yeah, pretty much. And that's what's disgusting about it is that precedent has now been set. That it's okay. Y'all can just do that and nothing will happen until maybe the end of trial. But they don't give a shit if it happens at the end of trial as long as they win their case, right? Like, and the chance of like the BBO actually doing something is slim to none. They don't usually do shit, honestly. Maybe a public reprimand when they really should be taking someone's license. Let's just get real. The BBO is the same as having the police, investigate themselves. It's not effective. It's not effective at all. Like Canoni, it's 11:40, ma'am. We're going to waste like an hour. Is that what we're doing? We didn't blow a fuse, as we can see. So what is going on? Do we have eyes in the courtroom from anyone's tweets? Can anybody see what's going on here? Oh, something's moving. Well, that's what I'm waiting for. See what happens to them after the trial. Well, it could be up to her a little. She could do something, and also she could refer it as well. The BBO actually has to look at it because they didn't have candor with the court, so the BBO is required to review it. Not that they are going to do anything, but we'll see. All right, the camera was moving. I don't know what happened. They stopped. It stopped moving. No, it's not solely up to her. No, you are correct. It's, multitude of things. If she can refer it, she can also give them a reprimand, or there's a couple things that could happen. But I believe after you let them get away with it and there was no consequence then, and she used it as excuse as in like, well, it's during trial, so I'm not going to get rid of their expert. But they had plenty of time up until before trial started, and she should have taken care of this issue before trial started. Or, like Hank asked, push the trial off then so it could be even. And she didn't. She chose not to do any of those things. The BBO. Yeah, right, short break. No updates on his, nothing on the docket yet, at least on the Sewer Turtles cases. By the way, when I'm like scrolling through X or Facebook and I see you guys and you guys are like, yeah, fucking Sewer Turtle, I'm like, oh my God, I love it. It puts a giant smile on my face that you guys use the nickname. I love it. It's amazing. He hates it, by the way. Like, he hates that nickname. So like, just throwing it out there, like, he hates reading that. It makes him very upset. He doesn't like it. He does not like it, Karen. Remember, he told Karen, I don't like it. I don't like that. He did not like her interviews, his lack of understanding of himself. He bitched and whined about the interviews that Karen made, saying it made her look bad. She should just, should have been quiet, or she should have answered things a different way. And what the irony of that is his lack of self-awareness that he gets on a show and says the most vile, disgusting things that they can use against him in court. So for him to criticize her is the richest thing I've ever heard in my life. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, oh, Mr. Reed had a tantrum again, coming back in with the metal detector. But they had to argue something for 10 minutes before they brought the jury in. But again, we should be seeing those arguments. The fact that they're doing them all at Sidebar, even when the jury's not in the room, I don't agree with that. Those are things that we should be able to see publicly on what's going on. We saw them in the first trial. Why can we not see them now? Like, I mean, are we doing lunch right now? Like, I don't understand. She said a short break. This is as long as
you would take almost for lunch. She says 40 minutes for lunch. Lunch is always over an hour. Like, I mean, it's very real that he could be causing a delay. The bar will suspend or disbar you if you have any issue whatsoever with your trust account. But lying to the court doesn't raise eyebrows the way it should. See, that's a problem. Yeah, money. They only care about money. And that's mostly what I've heard, which is their biggest issue with the bar is if you lie about money. The biggest issue shouldn't just be about money. It should be lying, period, especially if a judge has found that you are lying to the court repeatedly and on purpose. Like, yeah, he hates that one too. He hates it. Ashley's his kryptonite. He doesn't like that one either. Not like it. Cut down on smoking during the day. See, I vape. I cut smoking a while ago, but even now with the allergies, like I'm feeling it, like the phlegm in my throat from the allergies is making it like thick and harder for me to breathe with the allergies. It's like that tickle in my throat. Yeah, something has to be going on, right? It's not just me. Like, well, that's another thing, right? We're just like too busy laughing. Sometimes I want to punch the screen, Iris. Does that make you feel better? Like sometimes when I'm muted and you guys are, talking in chat, like that's why I'll like type in chat. But a lot of the times I'll be yelling at the screen, like, objection, where's the goddamn objection? Like, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's relatable to a lot of my audience, by the way, Iris, just so you know. Oh my God, it is. And it's much more tasty, to be honest. This one is sour apple blow pop. It's Libra because they have a bunch of them for like signs. Like my sign is Sagittarius, so mine's a cherry bomb, which I find good. But this one is sour apple V pop. And it's delicious, but I can't get them in my state. So I have to have someone else get them, or like it's really obnoxious. I'll tell you that much. She might not tell us when she comes back, but they're supposed to at least move the camera back down. Like, me too, B. Harley. It really agitates me. Like, what are we wasting time for? Because you've already wasted enough time with Jackson with this cross. Like, you're wasting more and more time so we can keep her there longer and longer. It's really obnoxious. Like, yeah, the church parking lot. Yeah, because Kat was the one who was like paying for lots of stuff for Karen. It's a friend of Karen's. Like, see, I can't do just the mint ones. And funny enough, I smoked menthol when I smoked, but for the vapes, I can't just do like there's one called Miami Mint, and I'm not really fond of it. You have the same flavor. It's so good. This one's good. And then there's a sour apple. This is sour apple. Then there's an OMG blow pop, which is really good. A regular blow pop, which is really good. And then I like, there's like two other ones. Cherry. I tried the blue dust one. I didn't like that one. But there's one more I can't think of off the top of my head that I like. But I'm like picky. I'm picky with my flavors, that's for sure. Like, right? Imagine. Well, they're definitely milking it. Oh no, I've had those and they're very painful. I have liver issues I was born with. And so sometimes it'll really like bother me, and I'm on meds and all that for it. But I wanted just cigarette flavor. They don't make that. Oh, I don't think Geek Bar does. Maybe a different brand does, but oh yeah, see, that definitely is kidney stones, my dear. You should definitely get that checked out. Here we go. Good, because I have to go to the bathroom. I've been waiting for them to come back so I can go to the bathroom. He always wants to have the last word. Always. He still looks silly though.
Let's go to the session. Please be seated.
Definitely.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed. So
are you kidding me?
Appreciate your patience.
You guys weren't prepared with records beforehand? That is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard in my life.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Oh, you don't have to tell me, Scorpio.
I want to shift
Me
gears
too.
to
Me too,
some
girl.
phone
Me
calls that you had with
I'm last on the list to
Trooper Michael
take
Proctor
care of
back in
is myself.
January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions without looking.
Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls,
Right.
yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone calls.
Easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So,
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you on?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you're communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had Spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
I mean, really? With the frigging sidebars. Like, no one is ever going to remember. The comments are unnecessary. They're not needed. And he's been told multiple times. At what point does and this whole, like, let's do it at sidebar. No, do it in front of everyone. This is nuts. Like, and also the ones in 2023 that he's currently talking about, We're about the harassment Jen McCabe and her family was dealing with. And no offense, but most of us have talked to Trooper Tully, including myself, about that. So, utterly ridiculous. Like, no one is going to remember, especially Jen McCabe, all those people that had talked to so many of them so many times. Like, maybe if y'all didn't feel the need to harass and intimidate people because you don't like their opinion or their witnesses in a case and you don't like the answer, like, because your money depends on you lying to the world about Karen being innocent, like, ridiculous. I agree, Eva. This is fucking insane. Like, he did represent Spacey. Like, Trooper Tully is the main investigator when it comes to Aiden's cases. Like, this is nuts. Like, that's what I'm saying. Jen could have answered it with the door, with that door being open. Like, she could have been like, well, I spoke to Trooper Tully about the harassment my family was receiving. Although what I'm feeling like is that Zoom meeting that the judge wanted to talk to Jen McCabe about, I feel like it probably had to do with her not talking about the harassment. But in my opinion, the judge shouldn't be interfering in that way. If that is an answer to a question, that's an answer to a question. Period. Like, so I don't know why they'd be trying to hide it so hard. Like, if it comes in, it comes in. If the door's open, the door's open. That's how it went last time. Jackson opened the door. He's opened the door 5 times already. Like, girl, listen, my
Next question.
language is probably 10 times
Trooper
worse than
Tully,
yours.
I'm sorry, did you tell Trooper Tully,
Yes, James.
quote,
yes,
you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's 2 thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has been
question-
asked and answered. Move on.
she
Ms.
can.
Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully
He's asking
that
another,
quote
the
that
same
I just
question.
read? Do you deny it?
Move him on.
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to
I can't
John
help it.
O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could.
No,
Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit
like
26.
it's an option. Like, she could say no. No.
If anyone has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Karen, are you bored? Karen, sorry that you're bored, Karen. Look at the Karen cam, y'all. Daddy Reed's taking a nap. Mom Reed's not even on this planet.
You've
And Karen's
indicated
bored.
on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry,
Just
I'm
saying.
bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button, the subscribe
Yes.
button.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Here's where he plays games.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds.
Look at Karen. She's trying not to
Wherein
put her
you
head
call-
down, but
I'm
to
sorry,
read the paper.
John O'Keefe calls your phone
Watch
lasting
her.
about 36 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
There she goes again, looking at the paper, but
You know
won't
that
put her
that
head down
call
to read it.
was
She's going
answered,
like this.
even though it says, it says
As if we
unknown in the
can't see
document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over,
He doesn't have a point.
that's where it says unknown.
It's just to try
Yes.
to make her look
But it also
bad.
indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom
See
of the
how he's
page.
inserting
At
narrative?
12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call
No. It's
from you to John O'Keefe's phone
YouTube's just slow.
lasting
I
7
check
seconds.
every
correct?
day to see if they've
That's what it
done it
says.
yet.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John
I
O'Keefe
wish you
at
got-
12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there
And
were
that,
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You
But
indicated
let's
that you
try.
called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
Oh my
There
God.
could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20
So?
minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
Not according to her. According to the record.
And
she
we
didn't
only
say
know
that.
about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone,
Correct.
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
Like,
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago?
No.
Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone log.
objection.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
Right? Maybe you should have used Signal, Jen, like these other criminals. She is Teflon.
When
Good
you-
for her.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
You've never made a
I'm
butt
not
dial?
sure. A lot of times I just
Alan?
put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
It is.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode.
Not always.
To even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric
You have to set that up.
interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
No.
Yes, or I
not
could have been
always.
texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app.
She has
correct?
MS.
For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
What?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often? Make phone calls. Okay.
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from.
He
texting
sounds
app,
stupid.
right?
No, she remembers, Michael.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Move
Yes.
along.
Messages.
Mhm.
Objection.
Phone, right?
hmm
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit the
So-
last
She has the
thing,
right to answer
the
it.
last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness
No.
to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, we approach.
Okay.
No, you're not approaching. Watch. He's going to say, can I go on a hostile witness? No, because she's not being a hostile witness. You just don't like the answers. John DePetro update, Jezebel said, seems apparent that Jackson was disingenuous yesterday when he said he just needed 90 minutes to 2 hours. It's possible AJ intends to take all day, ending the week. Unfortunately for him, the judge is moving him along at this point. At 12 o'clock, she's sort of moving him. Like, not... He wants to go over there and bitch and whine. Instruct the witness to answer my question. She is answering your question. It's not the answer you want, sir. And that made him look so stupid. Joy, where are you? I need your input on this one. Like, tell me if this is an attorney, like whether it would be prosecution or defense at this point. Like, if you're doing that while the witness is answering the question, but it's just not the answer you want, you look like an idiot to the jury, not the witness who's remaining calm and answering it with an answer that you just don't want. You throwing a temper tantrum in the courtroom and then can we say, no, if I'm the judge, no, we're not sidebarring. We're doing this in front of everybody, including the jury. Mr. Jackson, she is answering your question. And the judge basically handed it to him. She is answering your question, Mr. Jackson. It might not be the answer that you want, but it is the answer she is giving. It's the way it works, sir. Also, she has the right to finish answering the question. He can't just cut her off when he doesn't want to hear more. Because then to the jury's still listening, still hearing her as he's trying to cut her off. So to the jury, whatever she said after he cut her, is trying to cut her off, is going to be what's most important to the jury to listen to. And they know that. They're clearly going, okay, well, what is he cutting me off about? Like, if he's cutting her off, he doesn't want us to hear this. Like, we're going to hear it. Like, that's what's happening. Like, yeah, he did just demand that. Dude, I've made, from my phone being locked, and I have to punch in a passcode too. You know what? Like, this is where witnesses should be able to ask questions back, which are, Mr. Jackson, have you ever made a butt dial? Go ahead and tell me. No. If he had said no, of course he's going to look like a fool to the jury. Every person in that jury has made a butt dial. Every single one of them. I have literally made, like, not YouTube, Facebook, like, you know, you can do face chat on Facebook. I have literally made chat, like, so multiple people in the chat, and I have made video calls to them from my phone being locked. I have no idea how, but I have done it numerous times. Like, numerous times. Also, yeah, from apps themselves. Good for Jen. The judge just made him look like a fool, and he did not like that.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yep.
Jumping the
Done
gun.
it. Oh, now he's the judge basically handed it to him. He's answering it. You just don't like the answer, sir.
Okay.
It's okay with your messaging app. It's optional to open the phone app, correct?
correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes
Yeah, the last dialed person is the one you got to butt
Yeah.
dial.
That happens to be the last dial. Scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone
Wrong.
and engage the
I've
phone.
done it a million times.
Correct?
Wrong.
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push it into button.
No.
Right.
Voicemail will hang up on you.
Correct.
If it's too long, the voicemail will hang up on
Voicemails
you.
go on forever.
No.
They go on for 4 minutes.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know how long voicemails go.
They
for.
don't go
So
on
you
for 4
have
minutes, not all of
missed
them.
Calls, 7 missed calls. That's at least 14 interactions. Double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
So?
I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50. Correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you
Thank
sit
you,
here,
Eva,
do
for your
you
$10
deny
donation. Thank
making
you. I
those
appreciate you.
between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry,
what
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my head.
That time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27
It's not a
a.m.
Google
on
search.
your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
She
You're
doesn't
well
know.
aware. You don't have to be a phone expert.
Yeah, you
to
do.
know
It's
that
not
there
a
was
Google search
on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of
Objection.
times. Yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone
No.
at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't
Yes,
matter,
it
Ms.
does.
McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've
Well,
asked
she just
you,
answered it.
was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't
Not a
have that.
Google
You said
search.
you don't have that.
It's a tab.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind
not a
about
phone
Google
expert.
search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes,
No,
they have.
it's what you guys are claiming, which is not true.
Many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
No.
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm
So
asking.
the Google search
It
didn't
is, but
happen.
it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
Yes.
If you could show me this Google search,
It's a
I'd
tab.
appreciate it.
I have a moment.
She's asked 3 times. She should have said it's just not. I think she's misunderstanding because we use Google as like Google search as in something you searched or looked at. It's a tab. That's what 2:27 a.m. is. She opened a tab and looked up Hockomock Sports and then Ozone basketball. That's half the problem is the judge.
Minute to find a record that I did not make a reaction.
Well, you should have been prepared to show her the record, sir.
I'll see if
No.
on sidebar will, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Oh no, Miss Little gets up anyway. She gets up and goes, even though the judge just said, oh, and Karen gets up and goes and looks like an idiot. Like, here's an idea. How about one of you looks for it? There was no Google search. It was a tab. And then she Googled the Hockomock and then Ozone basketball. So the 2:27 a.m. is the tab, not the search. So he is misleading her once again. This is why she's asking to see the record. Like, being a fucking idiot, wasting time with something that was already debunked. And now he looks like an idiot because she asked to see the record numerous times. So the jury is like, just show her the record. What's the problem? Like, you can't answer for the witness, which she keeps doing. The judge should have already told him, stop answering for her what she knows or doesn't know. Stop. Like, this is insanity.
We're trying
Everyone
not to have
says-
you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up until the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Up until the
Yes.
luncheon.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Oh,
I don't have a
28.
paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
Right? Have attorney fucking read idiot look for it. Like, yeah, 20 minutes late for printing out records. Like, are you kidding me?
Okay, take it down.
Take it down.
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column.
Oh,
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House
record.
counsel, it's sidebar.
trying to sneak in something that is improper to the jury. Shocker. That's not how it appears in the regular record. You are doing it. You are making it say Google search when it isn't. That's not the way it appears. Oh my God. Alan Jackson just trying to like sneak nefarious things in for the jury to see that are not a correct record or true record. Like, this is ridiculous. The judge needs to move him along to hurry the fuck up. Like, this is absurdity. Well, that's what she's saying is I searched Hockomock Sports and Ozone. Nothing else. There's no 2:27 a.m. House long to die in cold. Like, oh, thank you, Michael. That's very nice of you to say. But you should watch other people. Not that I'm telling you who you should or shouldn't watch, but there are other people that cover this. I know everybody has preferences, like certain people, some of you guys won't watch, you know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you don't want a mistrial. You know, Commonwealth doesn't want a mistrial because this isn't going well for them. Like, but yeah, they just did with no foundation at all. But they're also supposed to give the record the way the record is. See, here comes Unetti asking him if he has the regular record, which this guy is claiming probably no, I don't, because he shook his head no. Like, this is absurdity. Like, no. And if the judge thinks that they're trying to purposely cause a mistrial, she's not going to call one. Like, this isn't going well for them. It's that simple. Like, we want to finish this off. You know, like, oh yeah, she definitely can, but she's not a phone expert, so she can't testify to what she doesn't actually know. And she was right to say, I'm not a phone expert. I don't know. Like, an absolute luck, Dougie. Right? Can we do that? We just push the button and they fall into the pit.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
That's
Found
right.
the paper.
Signal, right?
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yep. Ian Whiffen did testify. It didn't happen.
Thank you.
That's the tech guy. That's the defense experts. That's the defense tech guy that puts the things on the screen and blah, blah, blah. Karen's smirking, but knowing she's in trouble.
May I approach?
Yes.
The judge is about done with Alan Jackson today. She's really tired of his crap.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question.
That's
Did
not a
you
yes or no.
understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
She said, I'm going to tell you to tell me about Hoslong to Die in Cold. She
That
did.
record indicated that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold.
I object to her reading the record.
Yep.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He is losing it. Hard.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of
I agree
how
the
long to
judge
die
shouldn't
in
allow
cold.
it.
Hoslong to Die in Cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. Is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified
Sorry, Alan.
that at the time you Google searched those phrases, It was Karen Reed
I love you,
screaming
Mama
and
Bree.
yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia.
She did.
Correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia
A million.
with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or
Yes.
She's allowed to answer the
You
question.
discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything
So
like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident
Come on, sir.
and the
Me too.
testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue.
issue.
It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first
Not an
days
issue. That
following
would have
all
been
of
my
this.
answer
And that would have
too.
been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Right? All I got.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded
What?
that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
He looks like a fool right now. He's
Are
getting
you
so angry.
aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
No, she didn't.
Sustained.
No, she did not.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
No.
Yes.
Oh my
Sir,
God.
Feel free to stand up and stretch.
No. Stop with the sidebars and allowing them to approach, dude. Enough is enough. Like, that's another thing. Don't you think if you're laying in your bed, right, typing like how long to die in cold, that like if your hands aren't shaking and you're not super like amped up, like don't you think like you would have typed it correctly? Like most of it at least, even if you made like I make mistakes because of my hands all the time, my arthritis, but like you would have typed most of it correctly. Like almost all of it is fucked up and not right. Like, so I mean, come on. Also, let's point out that Jen McCabe had an Apple Watch on at 2:27 a.m. in the morning, and her heart rate was the lowest it had been all damn day. So I wonder how they're going to get past that. Because Hank's probably going to bring that out, I assume. If you're conspiring to leave someone on your lawn with the phone in their pocket, by the way, you probably are not going to have the lowest heart rate you've had all day, right? Right. Probably not. Just saying. Ugh. While we frustratedly wait for nonsensical nonsense, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The channel's struggling a little bit during trial, has been much slower for donations. So if you can, it's always super helpful if you can help out. We have a new option for people who are not in the country, Revolut. It's on the information here. We have an Apple Pay link. We have the Revolut link. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, of course. It would really help out. I have those little auto reply things too that I like. Yep. She asked the EMT. She asked a firefighter. She asked two or three other people about how long he could die in the cold with no coat on, or how long could he remain out there with hypothermia. So there was like, it corroborates already what Jen is saying anyway. Like, well, this is what they keep doing, right? Is saying like, you would agree with me, right? No, she would not agree with you. I would, if I was a judge, you can't lead with you would agree with me. You can't say what she would or wouldn't agree with. That's not, no.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
How would you be aware?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of
Saying there
any
needs to be audio.
Any witness who
on.
can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can
Objection.
you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms.
No,
McCabe,
please.
that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before
She's
her
ruining him right now.
grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
Compare and
No, we
contrasted?
didn't compare
No.
and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
Why do you need to say her full
She's
name?
sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she
Why?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the front
That's
and the gentleman in
unnecessary. The
back.
judge should stop
Yes.
this. So that people know what she looks like and can harass her more.
So
Come on,
she
man.
witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
Correct.
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times
He's screwed if Denise goes like
about
this.
this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed
Very
Carrie Roberts
concise not to say harass.
to say
Why?
that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google
Oh,
search,
stop.
correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you.
If I was
correct?
Denise, I'd be like,
I never
What?
did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable
What?
question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
this is
I didn't
irrelevant.
count.
Objection.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea.
Objection.
I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches,
Mhm.
2:27 a.m.
No, it didn't.
6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m. Only one of them was recorded as deleted.
Wasn't
correct?
deleted.
Objection.
Sustained.
Was not deleted.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it. Yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with
You should have
Carrie
stopped
Roberts
them. Well, the
and
thank yous. There was no
Ms.
need.
Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit.
He's definitely rattled.
Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended
Bingo,
question.
B.
Do you remember
Harley.
that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that
Exactly.
we
Not
queue up Exhibit
deleted
4
by the
for
user.
the jurors at runtime 420.
Jessica Hyde should be next. If I had to guess, that's where I'd put her.
Before we play this,
It was already determined that the user did not delete it,
I'm
but he's
play
going to
just
still go in there.
like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
A little.
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe,
Yeah, they do. They do.
will you please pay attention
Weird.
to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
Yeah, it was too quick for anybody to know.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified
Nobody can.
on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts. correct?
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several
Oh,
clips.
I've already lost
The
it.
first one starting
To
at
be clear.
6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute.
Nobody
With the
can
court's
hear
permission?
any of what anyone is saying in those videos, by the way. And anybody who claims that they can is lying.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do. Yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Ms. Roberts has, just to distinguish, Ms. Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please.
Yeah, nobody can fucking hear.
You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Right, Jack?
Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Ms. Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Ms. Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be, he's a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Assisting.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise?
So?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56?
Because that's not a normal thing to do in this situation or anything, right? Just saying. So skip when everybody else is talking to them too, right? That's what we're going to do. I'm yelling at the screen. That's why, Stella. I was on mute. Yelling at the screen. I do that.
Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
Yelling at Jackson. What I do. On mute.
Thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Sometimes I have some not no nice things to say, and I like to keep it on mute so you guys can hear, but and I think there should be an objection, or I'm like, what does this fucking matter?
Appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Trying to prove that, like, he's the mastermind.
Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was
Jen's
speaking
the
to
master.
police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49?
He's doing a very bad
It should be
job.
from 10:49 to 11:55.
He's not going to prove that she was taking charge just because she was talking to law enforcement. Everybody eventually talked to law enforcement at some point.
Pause it.
He skipped parts.
Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
See in the video, Karen turns away from the cops because she doesn't want to talk to them. Did anybody just see that? She turns her way and walks away because she doesn't want to talk to them. But he's trying to prove that Jen's some mastermind and she had control, not Perry, because she was speaking to officers, which is like such a ridiculous leap. Like if that's all he has, he might want to like give over his bar card now. Exactly. She was a part of it, but you magically want to straight talk to the cops right away? Because that makes lots of sense, right? Jury's definitely going to buy that ridiculousness.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Exactly.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk.
Yep. Agreed. Yep, that's right. She said, I left him at a waterfall. That's right, Joy.
Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
Thank God.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
Thanks for showing the jury how it was snowing, AJ. Just a dusting, though, right? Dusting. Don't ask. Yep. I'm looking over here because I have a screen over here. You guys are here, and I have a screen over here. It's just bigger, so I can see like the video and stuff better over here on the screen than I have here. I don't know, but good news: the sewer turtle is not on the list or the backup list for next week of trial at all. For the pool, for the journalist pool, he is not on the list or the backup list. He will not be there. Right, so she should have just like not talked to the police so she didn't look like she was taking charge. Come on, man. She has nothing to hide, and she's showing that she has nothing to hide, and she's making Alan Jackson look like an utter fool. An utter fool. That was a cruel joke, Venmo. That was a cruel joke.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Venmo just popped up like a thing on my phone to tell me that I should use biometrics. Like, that was cruel. That was mean. Because they do it by, like, lottery. They do it by lottery.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely?
Didn't want to see it, probably.
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Maybe she didn't want to see him like
Ms.
that.
McCabe,
I wouldn't.
When you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
Canteen.
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
He's already gone.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical
Turned
attention,
away.
emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Okay.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in
But she's
CPR and
compared, I
life-saving
think,
measures
right?
to the scene, to
Why would
the
you call
gentleman,
911?
to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03.
This is where he
and
says,
35
told him
seconds.
that guy
Is
or
that
that
right?
person. Like,
I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5
No,
minutes or
agree with
so
me. No.
between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yep.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
Why would you?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to
Not
give
relevant.
them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was
You-
the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a
She's right.
Boston police officer or an
And in
off-duty
medical, you're
police
taught
officer.
that as well.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew,
No.
the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer,
Absolutely
a fellow
not.
officer?
No.
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay
No,
to the
that doesn't
911
matter.
officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR.
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR.
This is
correct?
I
so
didn't know
fucking
if they
stupid.
knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics.
No,
None of you are first responders.
Makes
No.
no
None
difference.
of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
It's like basic
On
knowledge
all
everyone
fairly,
has.
the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you
Yep.
think of any person
Fallen officer means he's on
on
duty.
that road
He's not on duty.
who might have had life-saving techniques trained
What?
into first responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress,
You would still call 911.
someone with high skill level training?
That doesn't make sense.
Anyone on Fairview?
He's trying to apply, Brian.
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone
Mm-mm.
that
You would
was a
still
first
call 911.
responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yeah, he's trying
Yes,
to-
my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No,
No,
I did not.
call 911 like a normal person would do.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't
Still
go
need
in.
them there.
Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to,
Not
correct?
staring at it.
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
At this point, he's
I
trying to
did,
make
yes.
And you also knew that
it's
Brian
dumb.
Albert,
Any one
your
of those
brother-in-law,
jurors would have called
was
911.
a first responder trained
Doesn't matter if someone who's
to
a first
deal with
responder is
people
there.
in
You
that kind
still
of
have to call
distress,
911.
correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't.
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
He needs the
never
ambulance.
thought about
Brian
going
Albert
in the
can't give him
house.
an ambulance.
But you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house,
No.
and screamed
Gotta
for
switch
Brian Albert to come
compressions.
out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were
No.
important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about
Thank
that real quick.
God.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or
This is
dying
pointless.
in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew.
You're
was
assuming
there
if they're not
was a
answering the phone.
severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril?
No.
Did you think to go inside the house and check
No,
that
because he
they're
never
okay?
went in the house.
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was
No.
dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos.
Your Honor.
of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't
He's
think there was
screaming.
some reason to
Like,
believe
come on.
they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house
Oh,
is
God.
because you knew better. You knew
Better?
better.
She went in seconds
You
later.
knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
Ugh.
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what
This
you
is
knew.
definitely more than 2 questions. Like, come on, Your Honor.
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 20, 25. Then you can follow up behind. I understand this.
Well, he just ended that on what he thought was a high note, but it was not. No, your client didn't call 911, sir. Why would she ask Brian Albert to come outside? And if he didn't answer the phone because he's asleep, like, you're not going to waste time going into the house. He can't put him in an ambulance and get him out of there. You still have to call 911. You still need an ambulance to get this man to a hospital as fast as humanly possible. So where someone else might know CPR, that's great and all, but you already have someone doing CPR. At this point, you need to get the man to a hospital. Like, period. Like, that's the bottom line. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, he's like screaming and yelling. 2 questions. That was definitely more than 2 questions. But like, that answer to go to lunch was beautiful. He thought he was going to get the last word and it was going to be some sort of, like, once again, a gotcha moment. It was not a gotcha moment. He does sound like a lunatic, screaming and yelling like a lunatic. She's got under his skin. And that was an amazing answer. It shouldn't have been allowed because after his 2 questions, a judge should have stopped him. Like, all she did was try to help. And he's over here making giant, crazy assumptions about nonsense. Like, John never went in the house, bro. Never went in. Like, and that was definitely a kaboom moment. The way she answered that was there was taillight found next to him. We have to watch that again. I'm sorry, we have to. I'm going to back it up a little bit because that was a great answer. Like, because now the jury has to sit on that for lunch. And there was taillight found next to him. Like, that's another thing. If I was the judge, once again, the theatrics, the clapping of the hands, like that would have been immediately stopped if I was the judge. Like, it wasting time to go in the house made no sense. Jen's final answer is a chef's kiss, okay? Which is no reason. No reason. We're backing this up for a second because the taillight found next to him is something that now the jury has to sit on for the next lunch break.
Of Karen Reed. Good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thank you so much for
I'm
joining us on this Friday afternoon. We are going to be taking your questions during the lunch hour in the retrial of Karen Reed. That lunch hour starting a little bit later than usual. The judge wanting to get to it and stay on schedule.
That's what she
So
does,
the redirect of Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It was
You have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house.
Literally.
And your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Yes.
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril?
Nope.
Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened. Didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors. Lunch and break.
Ouch.
Take
45 minutes. That ends up being an hour. Yeah, sure, Your Honor. Right there. It would have been more fishy if she just randomly stopped and ran in the house while she was being asked to change doing compressions. She had seconds before she was walking over. She dialed real quick. Sister didn't answer. She hung up and switched with compressions. It's normal. Like, not yet, but they should. The one that Karen claims she's the only person who was saving his life when we clearly know that that's not true. Like, you know, the redirect is going to be amazing. Like, me too. The effectiveness of just asking a question and getting to the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't clip it. Not from here. I can't. I can do it later on, but I can't clip that from here right now. Somebody else probably can if they screen record it, but I have to wait until the stream is over before I can even attempt to clip anything. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, why isn't Karen over there? She's just running around in circles. Why not have her go to the door? Like, she never went to that door ever. If you thought he was at that house that you supposedly said that you dropped him off at 9 months a year later, because before that, she said she didn't remember. She dropped him at the waterfall. She doesn't remember. He sounds very unhinged. It's not helping him. That's going to hurt him with the jury. The yelling is insanity. He's having a tantrum because he's not getting the answers that he wants, and he's already lost when he acts like that. Like, exactly. This isn't even about Karen anymore because he knows he's losing this. This is more just about feeding the mob and the trolls. That's it. It was an unproductive, very unproductive cross. Like, sorry, he didn't make any points. That he just made the point and moved on, which is what you want to do so that it sticks out. You're getting lost and asking the same thing 36 times and not getting the answer that you want. So it's still not helping you. Like, well, yeah, that's exactly what total desperation looks like. You can definitely say that again. Like, maintaining composure is so much easier when you're telling the truth, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, though, I probably would have punched him in his squirrel face already. I definitely wouldn't have remained as composed as she has. I would have snapped at him already. No, it shouldn't have been allowed. That clapping he was doing, no, it should not have been allowed at all.
Didn't you wash the dishes?
Butter. I know.
Screaming about the most ridiculous thing. Like, there's a like, didn't you think that your friends could be dead in the house or something like that? I'm like, wait a minute. There's a guy, like, first you're pissed off that she doesn't like react and say, like, you know, try to run into the house to get chest compression, someone that can know chest compressions, but and all that stuff. And it's like, pick a lane, man. Either she didn't give a fuck or she gave too much. I don't know, man. It just seems very fucking weird. Also, his like clapping and his yelling doesn't really go well when you're yelling at a soccer mom and you're going full ham on her for no reason, especially when it's not coming back at you. It doesn't look good. It makes you look deranged.
Well, that's what it looked like a deranged lunatic. Like,
it's like, and then you're going through the same shit that the other guy went through already. It's like, is this you? Is this it? This who? This? And then you go with the 227, and it's like, bro, we just spent 2 days debunking that, and you're going to waste time on that. And then it just seems like he wants to run the clock as much as possible. What is he hoping that, like, you know, like she'll pass out? The jury will pass out too.
Snap at him and look crazed, but he's already done that for everyone in the room. So, I mean, I don't know how anybody could look more crazed than him at this point. Like,
bro, I can't even imagine this guy. This guy is looking really bad. Like, last trial, he was done. What? He was done in like about 5 hours, right? Last one.
Yeah,
with
it wasn't even a full day. Yeah. Yeah.
He was pretty much done. And this time it's like, I feel like the last time he got what he wanted, and he said that as much. He says, I didn't my damage I need to do. But this time I think he's just trying to like drag it out as much as possible. He's just trying to go at every single angle because he has nothing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what do you got? Gossiping soccer moms? Shocker. Wow. I mean, like,
you're right though. Like,
it's like, oh my God. People gossiping about a man dying on the lawn? Shocker. They're actually talking. It's like it doesn't quite make sense.
No, it does.
This is crazy. Like, and he's yelling and he's slapping and he's getting mad. It's like your client. The problem is with him is that not only did you have the statements about, how long you died in the cold, stuff like that. But you also have one of the paramedics that asked about, like, a shirt or something, like a jacket, how long you could stay out there without a jacket. So it's like, it doesn't make sense that he's pointing to these things. And it really is kind of crazy.
No.
His real effort should be focused on Proctor, the officers, things like that. That to me would be something where you get like irate. You're trying to point the like, they kind of fucked up. They already knew who did it. They didn't do a good investigation. You narrow it down. You basically break it down. Maybe it's just a fast investigation. They didn't look at all the suspects and stuff like that. But he's sitting there. I think he lost what his job was. It's like, you're not a prosecutor anymore, AJ. And you're acting like you're a prosecutor and not a defense attorney. A defense attorney...
he's hurting his client's like case by doing this very unhinged cross.
And then like you got Karen Reed smiling and say, yeah, it's like, bro, you're under you're in a murder trial of your ex. Maybe not smile and cheer it on. It's like, holy fuck, man. I mean,
He
like
did. He had a meltdown. He had a 2-year-old meltdown. Like, he was not getting the answers he wanted from Jen McCabe, and therefore he lost his ever-loving mind. It wasn't helping him. Like, he was getting flustered because he was not getting the answers he wanted. And the judge had to pull him to sidebar. He tried to put up something that was not a true record and tried to show it to the jury. Like, and the judge was like, nope, take that down. That is not how it shows. Like, that's not a thing. Like, sorry, not sorry. Like, yes, throw everything in the wall to see if it sticks, Joy. That's kind of what they've been doing.
Yeah, and the problem is like, let me ask this of the chat. Does anyone have any real, like, besides his outburst going nuts, does anyone actually remember the inconsistent statements that he's stating?
No.
No. I've watched this. I have no clue what the inconsistent statements are and all this stuff. And that's a big problem.
Points he was trying to make. Yeah, I can't even recall like what one point he actually was trying to make in all of that. Like,
it's like you gotta focus. You gotta make sure your cross is direct. You get your points. You destroy the credibility of the witness, and you leave a little bit of reasonable doubt there. You don't just like the jury's lost. They don't know what the hell he's pointing at. I mean, it makes no sense, like 0 sense. And the
other than him saying, you know what really happened. And in that, she's a mother, a soccer mom. Okay. So if I'm a juror, you're accusing a soccer mom of like doing a search that we already saw that was debunked, and then accusing her of not going in the house and not getting a first responder in the house. When if I'm a juror, right, and that's my friend, whether there's a first responder on site or not, like, an ambulance still has to come. You still have to bring that person to the hospital in an ambulance.
If I was on the jury, I'd be completely confused. I would not know what the hell because I would be waiting for the payoff. You know what I mean? I'd be waiting for the big payoff of you just discrediting this woman. But like, so far you've proven that she's a soccer mom that gossips, and she talked to her friend about the case of the dead man in front of her house. I mean,
and her family.
And the FBI came to her, and she said it wasn't, she said, I'm not Jen McCabe.
They were selling shit.
Selling shit, which means they didn't identify themselves as FBI agents. So if like two guys come up to you and says Jen McCabe, I'm probably, if you live in New York City, you're probably gonna be a little carefuler than Boston.
Well, she was already being harassed at that point too when the FBI showed up. So like at that point, you're definitely not telling anybody you're you.
And I think I think he opened the door. He might have opened the door to the discussions of why these conversations occur with Proctor, and he fucked up. And I think maybe
I do think, though, that the judge told her not to talk about it in that Zoom meeting that they let slip, because there were many instances where that door should have been wide open for her to be like, well, yeah, I had those because there was harassment that my family was having. Like, she could have said it numerous times in her answer, and it could have came in. So it seems to me as if the court directed her not to, which in my opinion would be like the court should have been tampering with those. Like, she should be able to answer it, and she should, in any other case, is normally allowed to, if it comes in an answer, it comes in an answer. That's how it works.
I think it will. I think he opened the door and it might come in. I'm not sure because I think the problem is that Jackson's asking questions that are just borderlines on that, and I honestly would say that he's getting to the point of way past the point of argumentative. And I don't know. Remember one thing he the best what am I supposed to believe? Like,
remember out of any of that. Like,
I don't remember anything. I really and the one thing I remember is he's yelling at a soccer mom about, her not running into the house to get Albert out. I mean, and you got to realize your point is kind of moot because unless you're actually in an emergency situation, you're not thinking clearly. You are literally, you have a phone, you're picking up your phone, you're having a screaming irate woman, you got a guy on the ground. You don't know to think clearly to go into the house and do something like that. You have to realize these people probably had 2 hours sleep, 3 hours sleep, and they basically she did what she thought was the smartest move, which is call the police.
And that's exactly what you should do, by the way, in any other given. I don't care if there's 17 first responders. I'm CPR certified, but you wouldn't waste time to come in the house to get me. You still need to call 911, get an ambulance there as fast as humanly possible. Even if I know CPR or I'm a first responder, that's not going to help get him to the hospital. So now you just wasted precious time to come get me when you could have been on the phone with 911. No one's going to do that. Like,
yeah, I just think this. I don't know what he's thinking about. I really don't know what he's thinking about. I think he's wasted a
he's
lot
thinking of
good.
trying to make himself look good, as if he obliterated Jen McCabe, because that's what Mr. Reed wants, and
If
that's what Mr. Reed.
if you obliterate someone, you don't need 3 days.
No, you don't. Clearly, he did very badly. I mean, here's the thing.
Uh,
Even people, as you pointed out, like Emily D. Baker, who worked with him, has been pointing out he is doing terrible. Once you start screaming at a witness who's not giving you the answer you want, you have lost as an attorney. You are losing. Like,
yeah, like the attorneys will probably point out, like, you point out the inconsistencies, you come in, you cut into that, and you move the fuck on. That's pretty much it. But the
I
problem
agree
is,
with you. Crimson crime. There should be more objections from Hank, but you also don't want to overdo it, to be fair.
I can't believe he's actually doing this. Like, it's really kind of crazy. Because, like, what was it? Who's the guy the lawyer that shot his wife and his son?
Lawyer?
He was like Alex something Murdoch.
Alex Murdoch. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how long was his direct? It didn't last 3 days, and he was the guy that was the main suspect of the case.
Yep. You'll never see Karen get on that stand. I just don't ever believe she's too egotistical. She'll never get up there. Ever. Diana, this is B Tim. It's my friend B Tim.
I'm kind of notorious. Let's just say that much. A little notorious here and there. In certain circles. Definitely definitely notorious. Let's just say that much.
We like B Tim's opinions because he gives some really good ones. And it's the point. Like, why would anybody else be calling 911? I'm CPR certified, but I'm certainly not going to be wasting time going to get someone like me than calling 911. You need the ambulance there. Like,
well, what Jackson is trying to pretend, like, what Jackson's trying to do is act like someone has a normal state of mind. Right. You have to think about yourself like this. You have a screaming irate woman. You have about 3 hours sleep. You probably just hung over from last night. You're in this situation. It's a blizzard. You see a man in the snow. You see Officer John O'Keefe in the snow. You get blankets. This woman's screaming at you. You're calling the cops. You're trying to do this. And then what? Now you're supposed to, while you're calling the cops and waiting by the scene to make sure everyone's calm, you're supposed to leave the irate woman and the other woman by herself to go into the house to what? Right. I mean,
what? Right.
And the thing he's not pointing out, and the thing he's not really pointing out, is John was pretty much dead at that point. I mean, like, he was.
Of course he's not, because he wants people to believe he was still clinging to life. So no, he wasn't alive at that point.
He was dead for quite. I mean, he might have been quite dead for quite a while, because the cold preserves you for a while.
It does.
But they had to treat him like alive, obviously, at the hospital, because the fact is that.
Well, here you have to warm someone before you can call time of death. So they had to warm his body temp before they can call time of death here. So,
and I think Hank is really focusing on trying not to make it look like the prosecution is hiding anything, and allowing, because the one thing a conspiracy lives on is the fact that they think that you're hiding something. If you're completely open, you're fine. That's when the whole conspiracy theory starts sinking into the fucking sea or whatever. Or
the abyss.
The abyss. It's going to be a quick. I honestly don't even think he's going to be done by today, Jackson.
I think he said he was done.
I know he's done with that section. He's going to come back. I guarantee you.
I thought his last stuff was 227. I thought that's what well, I mean, to be honest, we never know with him, but let's just hope, because Hank's not going to take a ton of time on redirect. He's going to redirect the most important points, and that's that. Like that, he definitely was trying to draw a line of, like, Brian Albert is guilty somehow by not coming out of the house as he was sound asleep. And also, as we know, but the jury doesn't yet, like, I don't think it's a clear point to them yet, she did go in the house. Seconds later, when they took John and he was safely in that ambulance, she did go in the house with an officer right behind her. Like,
Jennifer, I wouldn't take any advice from fucking Turtle. I wouldn't take any advice from Turtle. I mean, like, no one should watch that guy, because the guy, look at his life. Like, let's analyze Turtle Boy's life for a moment. He is currently divorcing his wife. He is currently facing 21 charges. He's currently facing bail revocation, and he is in one step away from possible fucking being sued to oblivion, bankruptcy, and going to jail.
No, that's not possible. That's happening.
Well, no, I'm
That's
just finish
happening.
let me finish my point. And facing
All right, go
lawsuits, bankruptcy, and jail. Do you really want to take your advice from an individual like that? That's like taking financial advice from a hobo on the corner of the street. Okay, that might not be so great person to get advice from, or getting dieting advice from a fat person. I mean, like, you need to get your advice from someone that's not facing complete life ruination on the facts of a case.
The whole man's life is a dumpster fire. It's that simple.
Another issue with Mr. Kearney is that he's not an actual fair news reporter. He has basically been bought and paid for by the defense completely.
Yeah.
So
he's already
it's like,
divorced. Yeah, the divorce is final already. Thank God for his ex-wife.
So I mean, like, that's the situation. So I don't really look at his stuff. I don't really react to his stuff. He says a lot of crazy shit, and I think he's really just. I think he's clinging on to Karen Reed for dear life, hoping that she doesn't disappear him. But the problem is with that guy, he's too stupid to realize is that if she gets acquitted, she doesn't need him anymore, and she can jettison him at any time.
Yep.
And
so if that happens, like, it's all going to come out about how he tried to blackmail her so that he could still weasel his way into the inner circle.
Yeah.
I mean, not that it already hasn't come out, but like at that point, like, it's really gonna come out.
He's going to be the next one to fall. What's going to happen is if she gets acquitted, she's going to say that he was blackmailing her. He was such a terrible guy. And all the people that, around Karen Reed are going to turn on Turtle Boy, and he's just going to have no one left.
Yep.
So that's the truth.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Like, and that's another thing. Karen didn't call 911. She's too busy running back and forth and screaming. And yes, Joy, I've pointed that out before, that Karen wasn't concerned about John for John. Karen was concerned about whether he was dead, because she knew that if he was, she was going to jail. That is why she was so concerned. She was not concerned to actually know if he was dead because, you want to know if the person that you care about is dead. She knew that if he was dead, that she had killed him, and this was going to be very bad for her. That is why she kept asking.
Yeah, though also I think that the fact is that when she's, she talked to her father and she says, "Oh, I feel like unaliving himself." I feel like that was a method for which to get her out of that scene to the hospital and get her out of there quickly. You know what I mean?
Yes, he did say he had not, like, he was done, but that, I guess, it doesn't really mean he's done with like the whole thing. It could mean he's just done with like that line of questioning.
Yeah, until he stops questioning, I have no. I mean, like, I don't know.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. We never know with him. Like, yeah, he thinks Karen's gonna run off into the sunset and do like book deals.
Karen wouldn't listen. Karen would look at that guy like a homeless person on the corner if she was walking the streets. This is like, let's be real. I mean, she's trash too, but like, let's be real. That's not the circle she runs around.
No, absolutely not.
Let's be real, like 100%.
Most of these people she wouldn't even take a second glance at. That's the shit part. Like,
so you mean Jen is searching No, you're wrong. She was searching how the soccer, Hakuman soccer at 227. And what happens is if you look up Sephora, the suspended state had happened. So basically, it's not the last search. So they were so Green basically didn't quite understand it and thought that the how long to die in code was at 227, not realizing that it was a suspended state. And
so what JMS is basically saying is that Jackson makes no sense, because you're saying she Googled this at 2:27 a.m., but then she's calling 911 later on. Like, so she's part of it, but she called 911. You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make no sense. Like,
yeah, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because for his theory to work, she would have to know that Karen Reed would call her and ask her for help. And that's something you would never be able to guess in any sort of case. And you have to realize that these people, they're not the mafia, and none of them have talked, none of them have cracked, and none of them made deals. And they were not only investigated by the FBI, but they were also investigated by like other people. And no one's seen any sort of situation where there's some sort of.
Do you want to know what else they didn't do? They also, none of them pled the fifth. He is the only person to plead the fifth in this case, other than technically Karen herself, because she's not going to testify. So, like, I guess that's technically kind of pleading the fifth.
She's kind of testifying. She said that this is me testifying. When she did her documentary, so she's kind of testifying.
But he's the only one thus far who has pled the fifth. So let that sink in for you. I have some of his followers literally to this day. There was a lady this morning who was like, he didn't plead the fifth. He was taken off the list. I'm like, why do you think he was taken off the sequestration list? Because he pled the fifth. That's how pleading the fifth works, ma'am.
Yeah.
He did plead the fifth. And you'll never hear him say he didn't plead the fifth. Go
I
ahead and
mean,
ask him.
but the problem is, like, you have to realize is that he pled the fifth because he knew, number one, whatever he says would be incriminating against him, because he's being charged currently for witness intimidation in this very case. And if he goes on that stand, he could incriminate himself and resulting in him actually, increasing his chances of going to jail. So he couldn't go on that stand. There's zero chance he can go on that stand. I'm not shocked.
Eviscerated. Hank
It's not a
freaking burned him.
It's not about evisceration. He is facing witness intimidation in that case, and then he would have to explain the text messages with Karen Reed and all this stuff, and that would get him convicted 100%. I mean, he has a chance to get out of it. There's always a chance when you have good attorneys and you listen to your attorneys that you can get out of it. But
A, he doesn't listen to his attorneys, and B, there's a shit ton of evidence against him, and I can't wait for his writers to see all of that, because I am just going to sit here and gloat with my popcorn.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, B. or Hurley. It's interesting that Karen Reed is like basically no responsibility for her, and that's kind of been, but yet Carrie and Jen and everyone else is responsible for everything, but Karen Reed is responsible for nothing. And that's been a running theme throughout that entire case, is that you blame everyone but yourself. Don't, you know what I mean? She didn't, Karen Reed was the one that drank and drive just like everyone else. She's the one that, in my opinion, hit the man with the car and then went home. And instead of actually going back to the scene or calling the officer or calling someone to make sure he was okay, she decided to create an alibi.
Yep.
And that's why, and I always believe that she purposely backed her car into John's car to create an alibi. And that's why she told them. It's like, it's so simple. Why it's kind of crazy if people don't realize that. That's exactly what like a lot of people do, like as children. They're like, oh, look, I broke this, but it was broken some other way. And they're just telling people this story.
Tony did it.
Tony
Sammy
did it.
Wasn't me.
So
order me a truckload of popcorn, Alexa. Yeah, right. I've actually never ordered anything from Alexa, to be honest, but we do send our prayers to Scorpio Moon Gal. She's on the way to the ER. She's got those kidney stones. So like, hang in there, girl. You keep us updated. Mm-hmm. That paper he tried to put up was the his expert, Mr. Green's paper of trying to prove that it was a Google search. The problem is that's not the original paper, and you have to give it to the jury, not in the way that you're trying to spin, but the way that it is, period. And he tried to put it up on the screen. The judge was like, no, that is not the way that it shows. Absolutely not. Like, you're not doing that.
And the problem with Jackson's cross is like, this is more like a cross for his like turtle fans, like the people that, you know what I mean? Like, though they're going to be like, yeah, but if you got to think of it like you're a juror, you just went on this jury. The only witnesses you basically heard about was the crying mother. You saw the clips of Karen Reed being unhinged and a crazy person, literally making fun of the crying, of the mother of John O'Keefe. You heard, the Celebrate expert. You seen the scene, and now you're seeing Jen McCabe, and you heard Carrie Robbins, and now you're hearing Jen McCabe, and it's like,
yep.
You're like saying to yourself, why are we spending 3 days on this woman who was just basically called up in the morning? I mean, like.
And I would have went too. I know some people are like, she shouldn't have answered the phone, but like, I would have too. And I would have went too. Like, you can't go back in time, but I would have went too. Like, regardless of how crazy Karen is, like, the main concern was John, and I would have went if that was my friend, I do think she probably has like. Do you think she talks to her multiple personalities? Do you think that's a thing?
I don't know anything about anyone's mental states like that, but you know what I mean. Like, if you look at like Jackson, he looks unhinged. He's got this fucking homeless beard. Like, think of it like a homeless man in a suit screaming out at soccer mom.
Did anybody else wonder why he didn't take that beard off before trial? Like, because I am.
Bro, he looks so bad with that beard.
Like, get that thing off your face. Look like clean shaven. Like, he looked so much better in the first trial. Like, I don't know how you go into trial with that thing on your face and not like clean shaven, like well put together. Like, that thing makes you look like you like had too many tequila shots and just woke up the next morning. Like, what the hell? Like,
yeah, it makes you look kind of weird.
Bill Reed did demand it. That's the thing, is Bill Reed had like a, he had like a meltdown on Alan Jackson and was like, you said you would bring Jen McCabe to her knees and you haven't. So he is like, that is why he's doing the cross the way he's been doing it, is because Bill Reed was unhappy with him. Like, that happened. So, I mean, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I think Bill Reed's a weirdo. You know what I mean? I don't know what the hell's wrong with that guy.
I mean, the dude can't even pay attention for like 5 minutes. He needs a neck pillow. He's like a baby, a newborn baby that doesn't have like any neck movement yet. He's like,
yeah,
bald-head baby. Like,
it
is the sleazy lawyer look. That's probably a correct assumption.
He does look like he aged. That's what happens when you tan too much, man. It fucks your skin up. You're basically fucking your skin up when you tan too much.
Yeah, makes your skin like leathery, and that,
yeah, you know what I mean. You need to be like a light tan, not like the leather tan. It fucks you, makes you look 10 years older all the time. That's what happens.
It literally does. It's a little cray cray. Like, there's no need for it all. Like, no need, sir, no need. I mean, to be fair, I believe that at the end of this trial, these attorneys at best will get a good public talking to. At worst, something else from the judge, because I don't think, I mean, even though the judge is like, the way she rules is infuriating and the shit she does is infuriating sometimes, I do think that she is done with his shit and their shit as a whole. Like, and I know she's just trying to keep this trial together so that there's no mistrial called and they just get through it. But I do think at the end of all of this, she says something. She says something like, yeah, you got to watch the Karen cam when like you got to watch the Karen cam, because like sometimes you'll catch it. Like, she was looking at a piece of paper, right? Instead of picking the piece of paper up and looking at it, like she sticks her nose in her computer or going through it like this, she had the piece of paper sitting here and she was like acting like she was trying to pay attention, but you could watch her eyes go like this. So, and she did not want to put her head down to look at the paper. So she would just shoot her eyes down like this and then shoot them back up and then shoot them back down as if nobody can see what she's doing. Like, that's not a good look either, bro. Like, what are you doing? Just pick the paper up. Like, if you're going to look at it.
And I think it also kind of screwed, like, these order of witnesses screwed up the defense's whole thing. Because, like, the defense's whole thing is, like, basically the conspiracy theory. And I think they really want to wrap everyone around Proctor. And I think that's kind of screwing things up for them really badly.
Well, it definitely is, because they have to jump around their conspiracy theory now.
But it's just kind of crazy, man. I can't believe they don't, like, it makes sense to go at the cops really hard for bad evidence collection, but going at a soccer mom makes no sense.
Not only does it not make any sense, but you also wanted to tie in Colin Albert to that, who wasn't even there when Karen and John arrived. Then you want to tie in Higgins and Brian Albert. And that was a problem that AJ had, which was he was trying to tie Higgins in a little bit with that, with Jen saying where his Jeep was, but Jen doesn't know where his Jeep was. All she saw was the lights from Nagel's truck. She didn't actually even see the truck. She's just assuming that was his truck, that was attached to the lights. So he wanted her to say the Jeep was here in between Karen's car and Nagel's truck. And she wouldn't, because she didn't see it at the time. She wasn't looking for it. And that frustrated him, because that's how he was going to build a foundation or tie Brian Higgins to anything. Like, oh yeah, they have a lot of privilege in the area. They made Paul sit in the back. Yeah, I don't know why. Why is Paul?
Probably, I don't know. Maybe it's just like his facial reactions or something. Maybe like Karen Reed is like uncomfortable with Paul being that close to her.
That doesn't matter. She said she wasn't in the documentary. She said she could care less. What do you mean?
Well, you know that lady's a liar. I mean,
I know.
It could be a slew of other reasons. You know what I mean? I don't know. It could be a lot of reasons.
I do not like Judge Judy, to be fair. I think Judge Judy, to be fair, everybody who loves Judge Judy can harp on me on this, but I think she's an idiot. Half the time I'm listening to these things Judge Judy has, and I can tell who's the liar, like, right away. And she's telling the opposite person they're the liar. And I'm like, is this lady all right? Like, you're not a very good judge, are you?
Like, I like Judge Judy. Don't get into Judge Judy. I like that lady. I used to watch that show. I used to love that show. I used to watch that show every day. I love Judge Judy. That was a great show.
You guys can love Judge Judy. I'm just
But the
saying.
one thing people don't realize is like it doesn't matter who loses because the show, there's an agreement on that show that whoever loses, the show pays the debt. So that whole situation where like, oh, you're owed $5,000, the show would just pay it. So it didn't matter. So like some
Jerry
people
Springer. You guys want to hear a funny story real quick? Jerry Springer, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of shows like that, when I was a dancer way back when, Jerry Springer wanted to recruit some of the dancers to his show for a spring break episode. The spring break episode was jelly or pudding jello wrestling, and he wanted a couple of the strippers to come. I didn't want to do it. I thought that was stupid. I don't want to be on Jerry Springer. But a couple of the other girls went, and they not only paid them, but they paid for their hotel, paid for their travel, paid for them to be there, and then paid them to be on the show. A lot of those people are paid to do that kind of stuff. Like, but that, I mean, a lot of those shows are like set up that way. A lot of the law shows like are set up so that if you lose, they pay it just so that they can have you on, so they can have the cases on. So it's a production. You know what I mean? It's exactly. It's a production.
What do you think of how like some of these law tubers have been covering? Because it seems like I mean, like I don't quite understand what they're seeing. Like I was reading like, you know, the lawyer statement. He's like, wow, it was great that the last banger, he did great the last thing. And I'm like, did he do great?
I can't listen to anything that guy says because I know he's a bold-faced liar. So like it just makes me cringe.
Well,
Him and the DUI guy, I can't do it.
Yeah, well, the DUI. Yeah, the DUI guy's a piece of shit. But I mean, I wouldn't even compare. I wouldn't compare the lawyer to a DUI guy. The DUI guy's.
Oh no, I'm not saying they're comparable. I'm just saying like, you know, for the people that I can't listen to because I know they're lying about stuff. And add in like, you know, Melanie Little, some of these other law tubers, Andrea Burkhart. Andrea Burkhart has lied about so many things. Like, I'm sorry, but either go back to law school or stop just lying for things that are popular, lady.
I think they're basically, I don't know. I think they had formed their opinion a while ago, and they're just kind of justifying their opinions. But you can't take away that they're pretty entertaining individuals sometimes. But
I can't even look at Melanie Little's face. I don't think she's entertaining.
Oh, I don't know who Melanie. I don't watch Melanie Little. Fuck that lady.
Don't you would want her face is very cupcake punchable. All right.
I know. I think like well, I'm not going to say that because I'm weird to say that would punch women. That would not be good. No, but I think she's wasn't she like she's like a failed actor, Melanie Little?
Yeah, actress. Yeah, failed actress. You're right.
I've seen some of her stuff. Yeah, it's kind of funny. She tried to be like Law and Order. She wasn't too bad, but you know. But yeah, I mean, I just think that one's definitely doing it for the fame. She doesn't care what. But a lot of these law tubers are just, I think they really either form their opinions, and that's pretty much it. I don't think they really think about it too much. They just let the crowd think for them.
I think some of them do. I think some of them know what's going to be popular and what's going to draw people to their channel and what's not. I mean, let's be abundantly clear here. If I had stayed thinking Karen was innocent, my channel would be bringing in 10 times the money it brings in now. And I've been struggling since the trial started because I do not get anywhere near the amount of donations that I normally get in a regular 3 or 4 hour show during an 8-hour show. Like just a long day.
Well, that's all trial content. Anyone that does trials, you don't get as many donations or many people watchers. You know what I mean?
Right.
I've seen that. I mean, when I was with Queen and we were covering the Leilani Simon trial with the Quentin Simon case, it was like probably we got, you know, I think we were keeping up like 1,000 people in chat when sometimes we get like close to like 15 to 2,000 people. So people are more interested because you got to realize there's a different audience for like trials. There's really just you know what I mean? Like people like drama, people like or like summaries. And some people like and not a lot of people like trials. You know what I mean? Like it's a different
the commentary.
audience.
Some people want the commentary. Some people don't want the commentary. Like it's very like, you know what I mean? Like I get probably half as much as what I would get in a normal show. But again, I'm still not a channel of 10,000. You know what I mean? Like I'm not that big. So we're struggling a little over here. We're on the struggle bus here. Okay. But you know, we are slowly sort of growing slowly, which is that's the goal anyway. It's just
what's your next case you're thinking of covering after this one?
I know I'm doing the Kohlberger one. I know I'm doing
the
that one.
Kohlberger one. That one I've got to look into a little bit more. You know what you should get into? A trial you should get into? The Luigi one.
I am going to do that one because I want to know what happens.
There's a lot of people. I've talked to another person and she thinks he's innocent. and I haven't looked into it, but there's a growing group of people that believe that Luigi guy is innocent.
There's also the same thing with Koberger, but I think again, you got the popular is like it's all a conspiracy. I think with the Mangione stuff, the thing that gets people on that one is everyone's had a family member or a friend who has been denied medical from an insurance company while that insurance company makes billions and billions of dollars and kills billions of people or millions of people, hundreds of thousands a year with the way that they do their tactics of insurance. So everybody can be mad at a medical insurance company, myself included.
Yeah.
A kid with a rare disease. So like most people can say like he did the world a service by doing what he did, and then there are other people who are like he murdered.
Justifying murder is never a good idea because you can always justify it in your mind with anything. You know what I mean? Like what stops you from going after a short seller that shorts like a major bank, a major stockbroker that short sells stocks that tanks your retirement because he shorted a company did like, you know what I mean? You never should justify murder because the person's job is not the greatest. You know what I mean? And I just think that's the situation. If you have a problem with the system, that it's the system, not that person. And but the problem is like some people think like the image of him is not the same. I think that's what I'm hearing. I don't know too much about the case.
They go after like his looks in the thing versus what was given as a description. Lots of stuff like that. But I mean, I know there's a bunch of other ones like Adelson is coming. That one's an interesting one.
Oh, okay, yeah. What do you think of Birchmore? Are they going to do that one?
If they do that one, I will cover that one definitely, most certainly, because I've covered that twice already. There's another one I was thinking of. What's that chick's name? Oh, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but she's the one who wrote the children's book after her husband died. Now they're saying she killed him. That one I'm like, I don't know but it's an interesting case nonetheless. But there's so many pretty good ones. But the problem is I know that Koberger is not going to start until August. What's in between? What do we got in between? In between when this ends and that starts? Like,
if I was, you should probably just like update
Corey.
People.
That's her name, Corey.
Corey? Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say just do updates on these people, like do a quick summary so you could start getting people interested in the case. Because if you just start live streaming a trial and no one knows what the hell this trial is about,
that's what I'm saying.
You got to build up. Yeah, you got to build up for your audience so you know what the hell they're talking about.
I think Adelson, a lot of people know about the Adelson cases from previous stuff. That probably might be an easy one to do. And like, because there's already been members.
Or you can cover the Turtle Boy trial.
Not only am I covering that one, but I'm applying for a press pass to be in that one.
Bro, that would be great if you could get some sort of live streaming outside of the events. That one is going to be. I find that one insanely interesting, actually, because he is like his lawyer keeps on trying to argue freedom of speech, and the judge is like starting to be like, you're seriously close of falling through that."
You want to know why, though? Because what Brady did in the courtroom was instead of addressing the judge with a legal argument, he turned around and started addressing the cult.
Jesus Christ.
Like, that's what he did. He turned around and started addressing all of, the Sewer Turtles cult members instead of the judge with a legal argument. And then I was waiting for that legal argument. And guess what? It never came. There was no legal argument against it other than freedom of speech on everything, Judge. Everything goes and it all flies. Like, that was his argument. No.
Yeah, I think Turtle Boy is pretty screwed. I mean, because even let's say Karen Reed gets acquitted and he goes, he's done for, man. Like this case, he's going to be left alone with like a very little audience. And I think he basically tarnished his entire, whatever was a reputation. And he's pretty much done for. And he might go to jail for a very long time. And I think it's kind of interesting. And the truth of the matter is,
and I think what bothers me the most when it comes to his stuff is he is currently suing his ex-girlfriend, to shut her up about the things he did to her. That bothers me more than everything because every ex-girlfriend he's ever had, he's tried to shut up.
Has she responded with the complaint?
She has, but here's the problem. It was only like 2,000 or somewhere a little over 2,000 that her fundraiser made. She's a single mom of 4. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna need
afford to keep this up.
Yeah, like for a case like that, you're probably going to need about $40,000-$50,000 to fight
These
it.
attorneys that we've talked to said upwards of 20,000 to just start the next part of the process. Like,
yeah, you got to
doesn't have that.
And then you have the court reporter you got to pay. Yeah, you're talking about $40,000-$50,000, and that's the sad
Here's
thing
the
about it.
problem, P10, is they keep upping the amount because it's him. Like they're
overcharging
because
they're
him.
Yeah, it's not, and the problem is you're going to find an attorney that has to deal with that, and some people don't want to deal with a crazy person like that.
That's
I'm
right.
telling
And a lot of people don't. A lot of attorneys do not want to deal with him.
My friend Queen Bee, she's dealing with a frivolous lawsuit for the past 2 years with a lady known as Bullhorn Betty. Yep. And that lady's pro se, and that lady has stalled multiple times. The judge had to ask her to rewrite it 3 times, her complaint. Eventually, one of the complaints he looked at and it was thrown out. It was basically dismissed. She refiled it again. The judge looked at it, dismissed most of it with prejudice. There's only 2 statements in, and she's still waiting for the discovery. And she doesn't want to submit the discovery. And it's been 2 years. And I'm telling you, it's like $40,000, like a lot of money.
Speedy trial dismissal on that. Like that's what she needs to move.
She can't. No. The problem is like the lady is purposely like making it longer and longer just to waste people's money, and that's what he's doing. He's basically
that's what he's trying to do. He already said it, and that's the problem. Is he's saying like, well, if I could just
did you look up?
She's judgment free. She doesn't have the money, but like, I'm going to run her out. So basically, he's trying to shut his victim up. Okay, like that is not okay. So
wait, stop.
On my Twitter, if you guys want to help her out, it's posted to my Twitter.
I have a question. He stated this. You downloaded it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then why don't you try to get an anti-slap? I have a friend. I don't know if you have anti-slap.
Done already.
In Pennsylvania, recently, a woman named Granny's Watching a Barbecue Lady, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Nick the Hat, Bullhorn Betty, and a bunch of other people tried to do a bullshit injunction and throw 200,000 pages in it. And they got the attorney from Trump, so I think Barbecue and the other one, and they got the first anti-slap case successfully argued, and they're going for damages soon for see if they
that's what we already did. That's already been done. That's the first part of this was the anti-slap.
Yeah, I would probably
on anti-slap.
Yeah, I would probably see if you can look at anti-slap and see if that works.
It's already done. It's already been submitted to the court. That's the first part of it.
Oh, good.
The anti-slap to try to have it thrown out.
What is it? 90 days for your state for it to be?
I don't know what the specifics on what anti-slap is, but the judge wants to have a hearing. So the judge didn't dismiss it outright, but the judge also didn't say no to the anti-slap, which is a good thing. So the judge wants to.
So it's going to be heard.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, the key to that is like the more he talks and stuff like about costing people money and all that stuff, I would record that and make sure that's submitted.
Yep.
And
it is.
And yeah, because that's the thing that will help your case. Because that's a very important thing to help your case. And sometimes it'll work, sometimes it doesn't, but it's worth a try. And if you're successful, if you win an anti-slap, he has to pay her legal fees times 3 times.
Yep. Treble damages. And so that's what the best that we can hope for at this point, because otherwise, like, it's fundraising, and fundraising is extremely slow. People like to believe that she's the villain because that's what he's told everyone. So, it's fucked up because I know her personally, and like, she's the complete opposite of what he claims. Like, it's just that simple.
We know. Unfortunately, he has a lot of money to basically do these things, and it's a long road. I mean, like, I wish that there was an.
Yeah, he does stall too. Ryan Waters' case is still happening, and he should have already been paid out on that one. Like, he should have already gotten damages on that. Like, it's sad.
I mean, I feel bad for anyone that's in a frivolous lawsuit like that. It's really fucked up that to be pulled into that. But unfortunately, you're dealing with a guy like, people like that, online personalities like that have money. But you know what? Eventually, he's going to burn through all his money with all these times his lawyer has to show up and argue. And he's going to be and he's already e-begging on Facebook.
Well, they're claiming they're doing it for free, right? Now they're saying they're just doing it for free for funsies. Like,
oh, I think they're back. Are they back?
Yeah, his hearing for that. There's multiple hearings. Not that I can see. No, I have it on my screen over here.
Okay, I'm making sure. All right.
No.
And what's
Nope,
his
I
next
have it right
hearing?
here on the other screen. June 20th on this specific thing, but he has a couple different things going on. Like the civil suit is separate from the criminal, and then there's a criminal in district, and then there's criminal in superior. So like he's got a lot of different shit going on. Shocker, right? And then if you add on after this case is over, all the civil suits he's about to see, well, he'll be drowning in court dates for the rest of his life if he's not sitting in prison by that time.
Yeah, I think he's put himself in a bad position. And I think like a lot of people, you know what I mean? He's a hypocrite. He's against freedom of speech. And
he
I
only
think
likes the freedom of speech when it applies to him, but when it applies to you or anybody else, oh no.
Yeah. But I think Karen Reed, if she gets acquitted, she's going to throw him to the dogs.
Oh, to the wolves, absolutely. Because at that point, there's no blackmail. You can't blackmail her anymore. She doesn't have to deal with you. Like,
I mean, AJ might be worried. AJ and Yannetti might be worried because they've had a lot of combos with that guy.
If I was Yannetti, I'd be extremely worried, and I'll tell you why. Because many attorneys had a lot of respect for David Yannetti before this trial started. I will tell you that the attorneys in this state that had respect for him, most of them have lost that with this behavior that he has. Like, here's the thing. Yes, he's not doing most of the behavior, but you're allowing them to do it on your license. And you have the right to say, you know what, we're not going to use that tactic on my license. Like, we're not going to lie to the court on my license. Like, no. Like, and he hasn't. So
yeah,
it's a huge problem. Also, let's remember, if Karen or the sewer turtle didn't want people harassed with their dog whistles, they would say so. Okay. Not one of them have ever said, please do not harass these people. Please do not go after people. We don't want that. It's not okay. You'll never hear either one of them bother to say that ever. Like, ever. Literally ever.
Yeah.
It's sad.
I think there's not going to be I feel like this case has been decided based upon jury. If you have a fair and impartial jury, I think there's going to be a conviction. I don't know what charge they're going to convict her in, but they're going to be in a conviction. If there's one turtle person that got through, then it's going to be a hung jury. And that's just an unfortunate one.
I think
have a dispute on our clip 13.
At least it
and
looks
clip 15.
Okay.
There's a dispute.
So I viewed the other clips.
All right.
There's an objection to 13 and 15.
Of course.
There's an objection to them. All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes.
Yes. Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking them to be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's two.
She's huffing. She's not liking this.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
Yeah.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he was poor until this case came along, you know.
Oh yeah, he was getting like
beater.
Yeah,
I don't know why we're doing sidebars.
I don't know this. Honestly, the sidebars are crazy. I've never seen so. And with Karen Reed,
There's no reason we can't hear this.
So many sidebars.
Jury's not there. There's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason
Well,
we
it's
can't
for the
hear this. The jury
and
is
it's
not
like,
in there.
and it's kind of crazy because you always tell the TV people to mute. So if you don't want people on TV to hear, that's fine. But yeah, the sidebars are crazy, man. It's a crazy.
Yeah, but it's the right to a public trial. We have the right to hear it unless it's something seriously like secret under a protective or things like that. Otherwise, we have the right to hear it. Like just like we did in the first trial. This is kind of crazy. Like
who the defendant? Karen
right? Who is the defendant? Like, oh, I thought it was Karen. Because at this point,
well, that's why it's
kind of like you know, Jen is. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's to me is like a problem is that you're
Yeah,
supposed
she looks like
to
an she does.
you're gonna make me believe that, like, for instance, all these people were friendly with John and they decided to be cool with Higgins beating someone up in the house, and then they all just acted like nothing happened and no one said a goddamn word and there's no trip up, and they tricked the FBI and everyone. Like, no, that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. It's just crazy.
No.
We have the right to hear, see what's true. Yeah, that's
It's
true.
absurd. See, we do. It's the right to a fair trial. We have the right, you know.
Well, that's their
What's the
theory.
deal? Do you guys see this guy here with
Which
the green
guy?
shirt standing in the back where the press is? That's the Canton TV guy, the bald guy there with like the green shirt and like
Yeah.
he's standing behind the lady, like where the journalists are. Okay. He's the Canton TV guy who followed Aiden around for I don't even know where. And here comes Sue O'Connell, the liar, on the end there where the sewer turtle usually sits. I can't really tell who those other three people are, but those two, I don't even like. This is what we get with mainstream media people is a bunch of people who are not unbiased to what's happening. Like, so this is why I just don't trust.
You got to realize they go with what's popular, and also they go with, you know, they don't go into in depth of the case, you know, and you got, you know, so
right.
It's an explanation, not the greatest explanation, but you got to realize that a lot of these guys they listen to like a bunch of cases, bunch of things, and they're not perfect, and they're basically they don't care enough, I would say, to really focus on the case.
Right, they don't.
Oh, I thought that was I thought that was like Karen Reed's father doing that for a moment. I was like, what?
I don't think he can pick up a chair, to be honest.
Bro. He must have
like, what did actually happen? I don't even know who that guy
is. I don't know, man.
Like, who is that guy?
I mean, like, Karen Reed's father must feel hugely disappointed with his kids. Like, Jesus Christ.
You would think.
Yeah, one's a car sale.
Why are they going back? Did anybody see this?
They're going back. We gotta go back. It's like, geez.
What is this?
But I mean, like, one of his kids
you
is a
go
car
to Sidebar and you come back.
One of them is a car salesman. Another one's, you know, facing murder of her boyfriend who's known drunk in the neighborhood. It's like, Jesus Christ. And then you got to spend your entire retirement to try to figure out how to get your daughter out of it because she's too dumb and she did this. Like, oh my God. Like, he's probably thinking, man, like, my God.
Crazy.
He's like, man, my legacy is tarnished.
Oh my God, I'm like these people, dude. We got an AC and it was missing pieces, right? So I email them and I tell them which pieces I'm missing. They send us the same pieces we already have, but not the missing ones.
Just have a fan. Just fan yourself. Every time they go Sidebar, fan yourself. It'd be a lot.
So ridiculous. It's getting bottom. Like at this point, what they're going to have to do is give me, you know, a refund and let me go buy a different AC.
You know what they should do?
Like,
they need to get the mask, you know, like the 3D stuff, and just put it on whenever they put Sidebar. They can put the masks on their face, and they could be like in a virtual reality talking. So I'm just joking. It'll make it easier than just going up and down.
Right. That'd be great. That's Jen. It's like church, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
That's Jen's sister. Oh my God, right? Can you imagine like 1950s fans? Oh, Evian. I was like, what's fancy water? We can't drink regular water. We get it fancy.
I mean, to be fair, if I was facing murder, I'd definitely drink the fancy water up because once you go to prison, there's no fancy water in prison. You better get used to do-ups and ramen noodles.
There's toilet water.
Yeah, and you better learn to sit down when you poop because you're going to need that water. Yeah, it's not fun. I would suggest you plan your commissary a lot.
She's going to make toilet hooch.
Like
Let's
if
get
I was
real.
Karen
She's
Reed,
definitely one of those people who's going to make toilet hooch.
it's a long process to make toilet hooch. It takes a while, but you got to save your orange peels, and you got to really figure out like the sugars and the juices and stuff like that.
Bread.
And have it all.
You need the bread for yeast.
You need if you could get that, I mean, you get whatever you can get. You know what I mean? And it takes a while, and usually that hooch is not that good. And it's just something people drink, but she's going to do bad.
20, 30 days before you can even drink it. Like,
yeah,
20 or 30 days before you can even.
You got to really need a lot of good hooch. She needs that bite with the water when it doesn't have vodka in it. Yeah, absolutely. Shoot.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe there's Tito's in there.
She's not getting Tito's where she's going if she goes to prison.
Nope. Like, just look at this scene right here, though. Like, does she look like a defendant or does she look like an attorney? Like,
well, I mean, that's the problem with people like her. They're not allowing her attorney to do their job, which is to defend her. Like, I think that's a problem. One clip defense doesn't want.
What's happening now? Oh, bring the jury in.
All right. Up the fan.
Bringing the jury in.
The fan.
We do need a clip of them just going back and forth to Sidebar. That's what we need a clip of. Them just going back and forth with the music, back and forth to Sidebar.
Man, I wish we could watch all 400 hours of her unedited clips. Bro, that would be a great show.
Yeah, it would. I'd watch it. Just saying.
We'd all watch it. Everyone would watch that shit.
Facts. I want to see all the things that they didn't want us to see. That's for damn sure. Like,
that's what I'm kind of waiting for. I'm hoping that like Hank pulls out another unedited clip.
Jurors, I know I said it was a
45-minute
lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this.
But you are.
When we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
The only person that wasted our time was fucking Jackson. He wasted all our times and our life energy. He's a vampire.
Looks like Hank might be up though, because that's why he was arguing clips here. So,
all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll see you. Be back up later.
Thank you, B. Tim.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming out the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Bradford.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection. The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection. I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Bradford.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain, panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. You're of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustain.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Yes.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Bloom.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
Oh, my dear Lord. I might lose my ever-loving mind with these freaking sidebars. They're never ending. Thank you, Arlene, for your $10 donation. I appreciate you, my friend. If anybody wants to join us the channel, it's very, very helpful. We're struggling a little bit. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Revolut now for anybody around the world. And Chime. We also have Chime. So the same information for Chime that it would be for Revolut or Venmo or Cash App. You have a Chime sign. I think it has a dollar sign in the front, but it's the same information. We would very well appreciate it. If we could also hit the like button, the subscribe button. Make sure you do that. This is crazy with these sidebars that are never ending. And it's going to be objection, objection, objection. That's all they're ever going to do is object, object, object until the cows come home. Like, right? Never ending story, right? Or like that song from Lamb Chops, the song that never ends. You guys remember that one? There's a song, yeah, you know, that one. Nice, right? I mean, this is so ridiculous. I see Jen's sister, probably Jen's sister's husband, Carl Dougal. I'm assuming Jackie's on the other side of him. I see another one of Jen's sisters. Probably her husband, I'm guessing. Trying to see who else I see in the background where the journalists are. Why is the Canton TV guy standing there? Weren't the journalists told that they can't just stand? Or maybe he is sitting on like a stool or a chair, but why in the back like that? Thought that was the whole purpose. And now, as you see, the court officer is now behind the journalists by design, obviously. I don't know why that's by design. Everybody can thank the sewer turtle for that. That is why now a court officer has to go back and forth where the computers are to make sure that they're not having attempts to intimidate witnesses. I love how they're all like packing up. I've been seeing journalists like pack stuff up for a few minutes now. There's John DePetro. Give us the inside scoop, John. What's the jury look like? What does the jury look like? Are they listening to Hank? Because I bet they are. Right? Dun, 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 dun. I need a clip. Somebody needs to make me a clip of them going, to sidebar, back out, to sidebar, back out, with that music, with the circus music. I'm sure coming that says, like, not my circus, definitely my clowns, or something like that. It's funny. This one says that coffee gives me lawyer powers. Even though I'm not a lawyer, it gives me lawyer powers. You know, it makes my brain work. That's what it's just dun, 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 dun. I mean, what the hell with the long ass sidebars? You know, she says, we don't intend to waste your time, but we are wasting time. That's what they're doing, wasting people's time. It's really obnoxious. Like really obnoxious. A sidebar. Shocker, right, Anna? A sidebar. A very long sidebar. Just waste more time over and over and over. She can't talk. She can only listen. She can talk to her. She can like whisper her to her attorneys, but she can't like talk to the judge really, unless the judge directly asks her something. Christina Rex. Wait, did John leave? No, John DePetro, don't be leaving. We need you there, sir. Why are you leaving? Don't do it, John. Don't. Oh, he's leaving. We need an actual person there that we trust to tell us the truth. And he is the only one there who's an independent journalist to tell us the truth. Funny enough. I don't trust any other people. No offense to them.
Yeah, Karen, go back up there. You came back too soon. Go back up there. Go ahead.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This would
there.
be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Oh, this is so sad. Yeah, it's her trying to find John. It's Jen trying to find John.
Number 26, 515-41, 129.
Exactly, Joy. Makes sense.
Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection. I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Chairman.
168. 129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
No.
Objections noted. Next question.
Huh.
You need to approach on this.
No.
Come to Sidebar. Oh, Sidebar.
Okay, see, that's the thing. Is you're allowing Jackson to bully you into going to another sidebar. You don't think this is suspicious to the jury? Why they need to object to every goddamn thing? And Your Honor, we need to approach. She said, no, your objection's noted. Like, no, like, but then he goes, well, Your Honor, we need to. Okay, she should have said no. No, again, your objection is noted. No, like, judges have the right to say no. I'm not hearing you at sidebar about this. No. You're objecting every 5 minutes. Like, this is ridiculous. Enough is enough. It makes the defense look bad, though. They don't seem to understand. Objecting every 5 minutes, like, might stop the flow of things, but like, why are they doing that? Like, just a sidebar we need to be looking up? Are they sending the jury out? I'm confused. Like, what is happening right now? Like, yeah, she tried. Like, but like, why not still say no? I mean, yeah, let it happen. It does look bad, but like, it's just frustrating to me because I want to watch what's going on.
Yes.
Like, you're right though. Like, if like they are making themselves look bad, so like, hey, whatever. But it's frustrating to me because I want to watch. Like,
This number on top. Which number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
oh, foundation? Are you serious? Come on. It is a way to interrupt the questioning, but the judge doesn't like that either. The clips were already in and should be in no matter
I
where they're
won't
played.
read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
Should have been ended.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 129.22 at 2:05.
Nothing to feel
45.
about it, though.
I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do.
Hey,
Calm
Jess.
down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22. From you to Ms. Roberts, I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 213:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 214:15, 129:22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 214:56 on 129:22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
They don't want her reading them. They don't want her reading them. The defense doesn't want Jen reading them.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
Or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207, do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129:22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433:40, 129:22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, the legislature.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. No waffling. Just say no. Like there's nothing appealable about her saying no.
213. This is on 129:22 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129:22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440:38 at 129:22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
Hopefully they can get you feeling better soon, Scorpio. Thank you for the update. We want to know how it's going over there at the ER, girl.
I'm going to move
right
to
place.
129:22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Right? Criminal mastermind. Everyone, we're all a part of it.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. in trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You
I agree.
indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of
They didn't use sirens.
the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
Yeah.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There's an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion
Stop
engines.
it.
That
He's
were
trying to make it
running
like it was super
right
duper
outside
loud.
34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And
They all pulled up
Elaine's cruiser
behind his
on the other side
cruiser. They were in front of 32, not 32.
correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but
in
out
the
front of
direction.
32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound
Is
and
there a
noise
reason
outside of 34
Why you're
Fairview?
trying to make it sound like there is?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
No.
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
This doesn't help you, Jackson. I don't know who's next. If they're gonna
You were
run
asked
the
about
time.
the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to
Nope, no neighbors. I'd hope Jessica.
Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions.
What?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them,
And then
I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first
Sorry,
interview,
Jackson.
you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
Why is this allowed in? This is prejudice to the witness, so I'm confused why this is even being allowed in.
The text
to be honest.
messages.
But that they're not investigating anymore tells the jury that it didn't really matter.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
They usually don't, Aviana. They usually don't get a recross.
Text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
Could be.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't
know all the numbers by heart.
One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend, but whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, you can't. This is beyond the scope. And this is what I'm saying. Why didn't he go into the objection? There was no sirens. Like, he's trying to misstate things as if like, oh, well, in the direction of 34 feet. Yeah, in the direction of, but a lot of them were in front of 32. Like,
all right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you
thank
very much.
God. Oh, clip. We're going to see a clip.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why. They did not allow a recross last trial. Like, I'm not really understanding why they're, to be honest.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Cheryl.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outbursts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outbursts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John are hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Oh, hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3-4-30. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
What?
And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
She was expecting to find him on the side of the road. If he went in the house, why would you be expecting to find him on the side of the road? This was unaired, right? I don't remember seeing this. Probably. It probably is that clip.
I'll call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
You're, oh, so Lally's going to do this one? Expecting to find him on the side of the road. The buffalo comment, that's just, again, dehumanizing to try to, push yourself away from him. While we're waiting, can you guys do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button? If you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful. This is the only support that we get. We're not monetized at the moment. We're still waiting on YouTube for that. Whole defense is being on the buffalo on the prairie, and yeah, You expected to find him on the side of the road. That is bad.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The whole point is the impact, so that really bothers me.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the Toxicology Unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Term known as a central nervous system depressant.
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor. Because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams per cent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then after that maximum is reached. For most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. 1580?
I just want Lally to be like, and she was shit-faced, right?
At this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Yanetti's going to do it? Oh, you want the gentler person?
Good
Got it.
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, their review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates that. So, all right.
I just never
That's
see
it for
judges
us
do
for
this.
week.
Crazy.
I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do.
Oh,
I think
good.
Everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions.
Said that the
please do
first
not
week of
discuss
trial,
this
Judge.
case with anyone. Don't do any independent research
Yeah, but
or
they gotta argue
investigation
something
into this case.
after the jury
If
leaves.
you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at Sidebar.
Well, we're going to wait a minute. Give me 1 second to go to the bathroom, but we're going to wait a minute because as far as I understand, she's stopping early so they can argue something, I think. Like, why else would you be stopping 20 minutes early? Doesn't make sense. So give me 1 second. Usually they put the camera up to let the jury out, but give me 1 second to go to the bathroom. I'm already seeing the cult being like, Jen McCabe go, oh, it's like, are you guys living on a different planet? Like on a different planet. Jen McCabe owned Jackson. He could not keep his calm. It's a huge problem for the defense. The constant interruptions of objection, like that's a red flag to the jury that you don't want to hear things. Like you don't want things to be heard. It's weird at best. Like, hold on 1 second. While we're waiting for whatever the hell they're doing, they were supposed to, get the jury out of the room, which they're doing. Do me a favor, hit the like button, the subscribe button. We do have Revolut now for anybody who's out of country or even in country. You can use it. If anybody's in different countries, what the hell? Hate when they do that.
Trial watchers, you know
we don't want your stupid ad that you pop in there anywhere.
we have Revolut now, and we use Chime as well, but Revolut's for anybody who's, who wants to use it, who can't use Cash App or Venmo or PayPal or doesn't want to use PayPal. We have Revolut for you UK people and other countries. It works for sending in country, out of country. So I have set up a Revolut account. Y'all ask, y'all shall receive. Yeah, they're spinning. The cult spinning. They're spinning, Bree. They're spinning, Mama Bree. They're already saying that Jen McCabe got owned when clearly it is very, very clear it's the opposite. Unfortunately. But make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button, donate to the channel if you can. We're struggling a little during trial, so we could really use the help. We don't have monetization, so we don't get paid per view. We don't get super chats or super stickers or any of that other stuff that some of the other channels do. We're also not as big. We're not as big as some of those channels. We are still growing. They do spin a lot. It is their default. You are totally right about that. You are 100% right. They do spin by default. So the fact is they have not ended the stream, which tells me that whatever they're doing at Sidebar, cool, great. But let's get this argument going, because why would you stop court at 3:45 unless you had something you needed to argue? And because this judge likes to leave court right at 4 o'clock, right at 4. I've never seen a judge be like, has to leave right at that 4 o'clock line. Maybe she goes to 4:30 once in a while, but right at the 4 o'clock line, keeping Jen on the stand for 3 days was an awful mistake by the defense. She outwitted them. She outclassed them. It's very witty to stay calm like that, because Jackson, it got onto his skin. He wasn't getting the answers he demanded of her. And he also tried to spin narrative. If I'm a judge, though, I have a very good talk with them about him inserting narrative into his questions. It's questions and answers, not comments, not narratives. That is not the way it works. It's improper. This is not LA, sir. I do not understand why they're giving him recrosses. We didn't get recrosses last trial. I think it's a waste of freaking time. They're only supposed to get a recross if there's new information brought out or new, there's no reason really for recrosses. None of this information is new. They could have went over it on cross. So why are they getting recrosses is the question. What is happening? Why is it black? Did they just end it? They just ended it. They literally did. I think. No, maybe not. Then why is the camera black? I'm so confused. I feel like what's happening here? Hold on. Okay, it's still live, so I'm not understanding what is happening right now. This is a little cray-cray. So it's a little cray-cray. A little crazy. Jen was outstanding. She was great. If they just end this without having some sort of argument about something, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. Because what would be the point? Honestly, though, it's kind of annoying. I don't know. They talked about something this morning. Then they said they would stop at 3:40. So to me, that means that usually what that means is that they have something they need to argue after. Nope, they ended it. So I'm guessing then if there's no argument that needs to be made, then maybe a juror had to be somewhere and they ended it 10 minutes, 20 minutes early for the juror to get where they needed to go, because they ended it. That's it. Done. So, well, folks, right? I mean, the judge is frustrating. I'll say that. She's frustrating at best. She should not be deciding where the clips are allowed to be played. If they're allowed in the trial, they should be played anywhere the Commonwealth wants to insert them. It's their case that they put together. She should not be saying no, you can't put them in, or no, you can't. If they were allowed at all, this should have all been, which ones would be allowed and which ones weren't, should have already been dealt with before trial started.
so that when trial started, they could play them as they see fit in their case. So to go over every single one of them when they're going to be played to object or not object is absurd. Absolutely absurd. Like, I've never seen it done that way, ever. It wastes time. If they were allowed, they should be able to put them anywhere they want in their case. It's really frustrating. Then you have endless sidebar after sidebar after sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. No, the judge can say no. And the judge should say no. 20 minutes turns into 40 minutes. 40 minutes turns into an hour and a half for lunch. Everything is delay. Mostly coming from the defense. Isn't that a shocker? Like, what, you don't want to keep your client out for 2 more minutes? Like, my belief is that there will be guilty verdicts in this trial and that Karen will be doing jail time. It's really that simple. At this point in this trial, if I'm a juror, I'm not looking good for Karen. Her own words sink her every time. She called John a buffalo on a prairie and then said that she expected to find him on the side of the road. If he went in the house like you claimed a year later, why would you expect to see him on the side of the road? Why would you expect to find him on the side of the road unless you knew you hit him? You said he went towards the house, right? He poked his head in. That was the story a year later. Well, if that's what she really thought, you would have no reason to think he was on the side of the road. So why would you be expecting to find him on the side of the road? That's damning shit. Like, I do think the jury would see it as a distraction. I do think the jury is probably confused as to why Jackson acts the way he acts, especially when it comes to some specific, like, people. EMTs, firefighters, soccer moms, like, you know? Yeah, I've seen so many judges be like, no. I've also seen judges, and this judge likes to bring them to sidebar to, like, give them a good talking to. Like, no, I've seen plenty of judges be like, all right, Mr. Jackson, enough. Enough with the comments. Enough with the inserting narrative. You ask a question, they respond. Enough with cutting off the witness. You allow the witness to respond to their question. Like, no, she has to do everything at a sidebar. Like, the last clip didn't get played. Hank said, oh, he can wait until next week to play it so they can argue about it because the defense objects to it. And then the defense said they want to play something. And I was like, well, you can play yours next week and then they can play theirs somewhere. And Hank's like, no, I object to them playing self-serving clips anywhere. That's not, and he should have objected. There's no reason they should be allowed to just, like, that's not how it works when it, like, no. Well, that's the thing. The defense wasn't getting their way with some of the clips, so they wanted to just insert clip here when it's not even their, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's not how a trial works. They didn't change judges because they can't. Canoni is the head judge there. She decided she was going to keep this case. She decides whose turn it is to, which judge's turn it is to rotate. All the judges rotate cases, and she's the only one who didn't rotate cases. She kept this case from top to bottom because she's the head justice judge over there. That's why. There was no option to get a different judge. Yeah, I remember that with Delphi. Like you can't just allow the nonsense to continue. How many times you tell them to knock it off and we're still doing the same old song and dance? Like, oh yeah, the defense doesn't want to put in there, because after Jen McCabe testified, it would be too like this or that. I'm sure that's probably their argument. But the problem is the judge doesn't get to do the Commonwealth's case for them. There is no like, oh, well, the impact would be too large. That's the whole point. The Commonwealth put their case together. If the clip is allowed, they're allowed to insert it anywhere they want to put it, as long as that clip was allowed to begin with. And we shouldn't be arguing whether it's allowed or not at this stage. It should have already been decided long before the trial started, which ones would be allowed and which ones would not. Like, it's probably the clip of Karen saying, it's me or you, Jen, it's me or you. Like, that's probably the clip that they're objecting to, I'm guessing. Not wanting it to be played after Jen testified, but that's where it belongs. Like, that's the problem that I see. I haven't seen anything that they said that there was going to be clips that they never agreed to, or that like there was any issues with them. This should have been sorted out long before now. There shouldn't still be issues about which clip is going to be played. And the judge doesn't really get to decide when and what impact it has. That's not the way it works. You either allow them or you don't allow them. The Commonwealth plays them in their case in chief. It's, that's not the way it works. The judge should not be micromanaging where the clip goes and how much impact it should or shouldn't have. Here's the thing. You can't say the clip is biased or gives more of a punch. Karen Reed said it to a global audience. So if you thought that, then you wouldn't allow it at all. Allowing it to begin with is because she said it to a global audience, okay? So it should have been no problem playing into the jurors, no matter where it goes in the trial, where the Commonwealth decides to put it in their case. Like, he played 17. Yeah. No, they played 17. There was 2 other clips Hank wanted to play that they objected to. So I don't know. Then Hank said, I can wait until next week for one of them so it can be argued, Oh my God. I think that's a great idea. We should all download the clips and like play them all in a mega mix when this is over. Every single clip in a row. That's an amazing idea. I think I'm going to do that when this is over, close to being over. I'm going to put those together, and that's going to take a minute, but I'll do the best I can. The clapping, that should have been stopped by the judge. That excessive, needed to be extra dramatic clapping. If that was Hank, she would have stopped it immediately. That's the part that gets me. You can't have a fair trial if you're not fair to both sides. And I love the people that scream that she's helping the Commonwealth. The judge is so... The judges handed the defense things that no other judge would have. So let's be just clear here. Well, that's what they do. It's what they do. It's what they've been doing since day one. They don't like that it doesn't work on certain people, so they attack more. Like, for instance, it doesn't work on me, so they attack more. It's nothing new. It's the same old dance, same old song and dance they do. Yeah, she did. That was the first time she decided that it was going to have too much of an impact right after. No, it can't be prejudicial if she said it to a global audience. It's really that simple. She chose to do that interview knowing it could be used against her and had no problem with it. Period. So all of that should have been thrown out the window pretty easily since she decided to do interview after interview after interview. And she decided to do that one already as the Commonwealth was asking for her other ones. So she damn well knew they could use it against her. She didn't care. She did not care. It is hilarious. But it just shows you how if someone wants something to be true badly enough that they're willing to ignore everything else in front of them so that they're right no matter what. This should be a study in how that is done. Okay? Literally. Some of the screenshots I have of some of the most ridiculous things that the sewer turtle says during this is amazing to me. How stupid he sounds. The fact that a single person listens to his take on a trial is amazing to me. I don't understand it. I don't get it. At least you guys are intelligent humans. Yeah, she was doing these interviews during the first trial. The ID documentary was during the first trial. She was taking a victory lap, not realizing there would be a second trial. It's a public interview that was not just played in this country, but she knew it was going to be played worldwide, globally. Come on now. There never should be, the objection should be overruled, period. And they should be allowed to play it. And also there shouldn't have to be arguments about things at this stage of the game. There just shouldn't. Everything is a delay. 20-something minute delay for documents to be printed? Come on, man. That's a little crazy if you ask me. Come on. Then, of course, the judge says at the end, we're going to do better to streamline this. She said that the first week. She said that the first week of this trial, that we're really sorry and we're going to streamline things faster and everybody's going to work harder to do that. That hasn't happened thus far. So, she can say it all she wants, but if I'm a juror, she's already said it and I don't believe a word she says. Just being honest. Yeah, she doesn't regret saying anything and she'd say it all again. Come at me, bro. It's basically what Karen said. Come at me, she said. She said she would say it all again. There's nothing that she wouldn't say again. which is like cringeworthy to say that. Cringeworthy. She calls John a buffalo on the prairie. That is her once again, which defendants often do, trying to separate herself and make John an inhuman, like inanimate object so that she doesn't have to take responsibility for what she did. If you just distance yourself from him as if he wasn't actually a human being, it makes it easier for them. Like, this is a tactic that many people who have killed or murdered someone do. It's if these people don't matter and they were never human. Like, they were just a thing to them. And that's what Karen does. She tries to distance herself from him by using phrases like that body and buffalo on a prairie. And it's insane. I mean, that's the thing, is Hank is so concise. It's quick. It's easy. It's boom, 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 boom. And he makes his points. And that's what's going to stick out to the jury. They're not going to remember AJ rambling on for 3 days about the same 3 things. I can tell you maybe 2 points he made out of all of that. Out of all of it. And I listened to every freaking word of it. Like, the jury's going to be in the same predicament. Especially when, like, what he's, like, trying to get at. Like, he sits there and says to Jen, like, why would you use the word nefarious? Is there something like, and she's like, no, you're insinuating this. He's like, I'm not insinuating. In his next question, he literally insinuates that there's some giant conspiracy that Jen McCabe knows about and something else happened to John. Like, to the jury, you were just being disingenuous when you said you weren't asserting something that you just asserted right after. Like, if I'm a juror, I notice that. Like, I pay attention to detail. Maybe not every juror noticed that, but I pay attention to detail. I would have noticed that right away. It makes him seem like he's lying. Like, so I don't really trust anything he's saying. Oh, the last few minutes were like the best because it just shows you like how frustrated he got when he's not getting the answers that he wants to those questions. Like, it is desperate. It's extremely desperate. Like, yeah, I remember that. It's one of the 2 things. I hit him. The next thing I remember is her saying that the taillight was found next to his body. Just saying. Jen just hit him, ow, right where it hurt. Like, those lines to the jury are going to be like, wait, what'd she just say? She just said taillight was found next to his body? Well, how could he have went? And that doesn't make sense. Like, if they're asserting something else happened, how could something else happen if the taillight's found next to his body? Like, pieces of the taillight. Like, that doesn't, what? And then they just had the lady on for the blood draw, her blood alcohol content. Which I don't even know why they're bothering to cross this lady, to be honest. They're not going to get anywhere. It's kind of a waste of time, in my opinion. But I do wonder who they have next. I'm going to try to find out. Maybe on Sunday's show, I'll figure out who's coming in the next week, you know? Yeah, that's another thing. You don't see her moving Jackson along until a long while into his badgering. Like, you don't see him right away being like, all right, Mr. Jackson, move along. She waits hours before she moves him along. Hours. Like, right away, it's, Mr. Brennan, she answered the question. Next question. She waits hours before she does that with Jackson. Come on, man. Like, that was a good one, too. When the other agency, they closed their investigation, so I guess I helped them out. So him, crowing about, first of all, I don't even know why that was allowed in. That shouldn't have been allowed in at all. At all. So I'm not even understanding why that was allowed in. But that it was. She was like, yeah, I did stop the interview and I did ask for counsel. Probably because they were accusing her of things she didn't do. And of course, she helped them understand that they were sent there under false pretenses, okay, to something that didn't happen, all right? And her point is they are done with that investigation. It's over. So clearly she helped them figure it out, didn't she? Yes, she did. That one's going to hurt him too. Like, well, that's the thing. There was no development to third party anything. That was not even close. Like, there was things in there that the judge, no other judge would have just allowed. They would have been like, yeah, no, that's not. Nope. Build a foundation. Foundation's not built. Get the hell out of here with that. Like, What is this shit he's going on about her kids? Her kids weren't even, are you not listening to the trial you're in, sir? Nothing was said about her children. You want to drag her. What he was going to say is, oh, your children are in that group text talking about adult things. Why? Are you hiding something about your children, Ms. McCabe? Like, no. He was trying to work his questions in without actually building any foundation for anything with her kids. And like the judge kind of knew what was going on and was like, no, nothing was said about her. Like he was trying to like lie his way into being allowed to ask a few questions about her kids. Like not going to happen. Yeah. Like, are you really questioning that it's like dark or cold or freezing or like dark or like, I mean, we can all see there's dash cam video, you idiot. Like, come on, man. That's another thing. You would agree with me, wouldn't you? Like, you should never be starting, like, the judge should not be allowing him to start questions. Or you would agree with me, wouldn't you? Especially in a question where she's not going to agree with him. Because that's a narrative. You're trying to narrate what she's going to say. Like, no, I would not agree with you. Or correct? Is that correct? He's not saying, is that correct? He's just saying correct. Like, no, not correct. Thankfully, Jen was able to be like, yeah, no, not correct. Not even a little bit. He was allowed to just assert these wild assertions because you were hiding something, Miss McCabe, weren't you? That's not building a foundation. What foundation has been built for that question? That's just a wild assertion. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of this stuff Hank could have objected to, but didn't because it doesn't hurt his case. Actually, Jackson was helping his case by acting the way he did. So, I mean, why stop him? Why stop him? Jen can handle him. Why stop him when he's ruining his own case? You know? I'm gonna tell Chris. I'm gonna send Chris a message. He probably won't get it until after he testifies because I don't think they're allowed to like, you know, look until after they testify or whatever. But I'm gonna send him a message telling him to like tell Jen she did a great job. She did, you know? She did a great job. Oh my God. In the defense, objecting to those, they're objecting to her feelings that morning and how heartbroken she was because they don't want the jury to know that she was a normal human who was having a hard time with what she just went through because that doesn't fit the conspiracy. Now, does it? So they want to object to those being read. First, they objected to them being read. Then they wanted to object to her reading them. So Hank read them. Like, I mean, come on now. Like, they didn't do a lot of like what they just, some of that, like her text messages and stuff in the first trial. Those were like new to this trial about that morning. But I do hope that they overall analyzed Karen's phone in this trial, see what she was saying. She was already making some wild assertions and statements like, oh, I left him at the waterfall. I don't remember. Like, but I thought you said he walked through the door. It's clear to you, right? Like, come on, man. I mean, that's the thing. But missing details and just saying them in different words. So she was eloquently able to say, but you are like trying to mince words, Mr. Jackson. Like me using a different word to describe it is still the same thing. You're literally playing like word games here. I mean, I don't put it past them to do anything that's slime bally like this. Unfortunately, that's who they are. Is what it is. But I do think that they're going to have a real hard time trying to put this conspiracy theory together because they don't even have one cohesive conspiracy theory either. They can't tell us where this taillight magically was, planted. First, they wanted to say Proctor, but he wasn't even there. So, and they know that too because they had his phone records and stuff. They had GPS. So, like, where? Who brought the taillight there? They don't have one cohesive conspiracy theory at this point. It's the cops. It's Brian Albert. It's Brian Higgins. It's the EMTs. It's, again, I said this in the first trial and I will say it again. It's Kerry Roberts now. A jury does not like a pick one, anyone game where you're asserting that all of these people are nefarious. If you're going to assert that someone is nefarious, you need to pick a person or persons and stick with it. Not assert that every person is lying and like that's not going to work for a jury. If you have someone you want to blame outside of your client, you better figure out who the hell it is. Like, you know? Well, that's another thing. He tries to answer his own question, throw the narrative in there and try to answer it for her. You can't answer the question for her. You also can't demand that she say yes or no. She cannot answer it in a yes or no. That's not how it works. Like, yeah, the mirrored Sally Port video. That one is so funny to me. They still don't seem to realize that like what's in this frame, it will forever be in this frame, even if I flip it. There's nothing that's not, if my taillight is over here, if you flip it, my taillight's going to be over here, still out of view. If it's out of view over here, it's going to be out of view over here. It's not that difficult to understand what mirroring is. But apparently for lay people, at least who are in the cult, doesn't seem that they understand what a mirrored or inverted image is. They use the word inverted on purpose to make it sound more nefarious than it is. That's why they use the word inverted and not mirrored. It's called mirrored. They use the word inverted to make it sound like it's something so bad that happened. Funny enough, it recorded in mirrored image, which most things do. You have to check settings, you know, like if it's set that way, some things are set that way. Some things you click just a click and on off. Like that's it, you know, right? The owl did it coming soon. Coming soon. Jen's sisters, brothers, hamsters, wife's dog did it. So who did it? It's a conspiracy. In my conspiracy bathroom with my conspiracy couch. That's what it is. It's what it is, y'all. That's what it is. Oh my God, that would be hilarious, Jimbo. I'm not even gonna lie. That would be so funny. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap this up. It's been 7 hours and 30 minutes and I'm getting a little hangry. I love your stinking faces. Tomorrow is my day off because I don't usually take more than one day off. So trial's exhausting. But I love you guys. Do me a favor on your way out. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. If you can, please donate to the channel. You know, it's been a struggle during trial. It's a lot, you know, we're getting a lot less during trial and it's because we're all watching it. I get it. But we could really use your help. We now have Revolut for all you guys who are out of country. If you happen to donate when I'm not live anymore, never fear. It'll still get read. It'll get read on my Sunday morning stream. You guys will see me Sunday morning. I still haven't picked a time, probably 11, 12, like I normally do at Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m., 12 p.m., around there. But I will see you guys on my Sunday show. If a donation comes in, we'll read it then on the Sunday show. I love you guys. I love my replay crew. You guys are just as important as my live play crew. Everybody try to have a good weekend. And we always have Discord to talk about this throughout the weekend, even on a Saturday when I'm not here. So you can always get in touch with me, twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. You can find me on X. You can find me on Facebook. So you guys know where to reach out if you need me. Until Sunday, I will see y'all then. Have a good weekend.